spotlight, the big story that we are tracking on India Ascents, the parallel plots that are running in the Canadian and American investigations with regard to some very wild allegations as far as India's involvement in any assassination plots. And that in fact speaks volumes about how mature countries deal with differences and address issues and also ensure that their sovereign interests are not compromised and are not hijacked by any political calculations. In the last 1 year, on your screens, in fact, let me tell you, that's the timeline of the two specific but very different cases, the Pannun case and the Nijjar case. The timeline tells you that the two plots may seem to be converging, but they are not. And the difference tells the story. And that's where the difference lies between how Canada and America is approaching its relationship with India. There you can see when it comes to Nijjar, there is a lot of Trudeau, but and in the case of Pannun, it is about Department of Justice ensuring that investigations go on. In Canada, there have been press conferences by the Prime Minister without giving any proof whatsoever. Quick to score political points for an election that is still 1 year away. Diplomatic measures, extreme in fact, have been taken, all without providing any proof whatsoever. In fact, listen in to what the External Affairs Ministry had to say as far as the plot regarding Nijjar is concerned.
There is a pattern. The pattern is motivated by political considerations on the part of the Canadian Trudeau government. There is also, as we have said, there's a clear pattern to smear India for reasons best known to them.
Now, in the case of an alleged assassination of Pannun, the USA, America and India are addressing the issue at the level of investigative agencies. No sound bites, no tamasha. American agencies have submitted what they feel is proof, and there's cooperation as far as the Indian agencies are concerned. In fact, in the US, election is just 3 weeks away. But that hasn't cast a shadow over the case or the relationship. Neither Kamala Harris nor Donald Trump have made this an issue even, because governments come and go, sovereign relationships survive regime changes, and that's how they grow, prosper, and become mutually beneficial. In fact, the US and India have signed a drone deal amidst all these probes. That's 34,000 crores and counting. That's because that's how governments work. Canadian handling of the case shows the diplomatic fallout is Trudeau's doing, because he may soon be out of power and the election may be almost a year away, but Trudeau may not survive it. But his government's actions will also decide how the sovereign relationship will continue from here on. But I feel that the rocky patch may not last long, and there are 3 reasons for that. 1, Trudeau's own people within the Liberal Party want him to go. Most Sikhs in Canada don't care about the Khalistan issue. And thirdly, without Indian students and businesses, the Canadian economy will witness a major hit. In fact, under Trudeau, the Canadian economy has underperformed since 2015. There's been a net outflow of funds from Canada to the US, reversing a 15-year trend of Canadian businesses receiving large American investments. That number was $460 billion in 2022. It was $500 billion last year, expected to be similar this year as well. Pandering to Sikh separatists will not save Trudeau from the wrath of the Canadian people. High inflation, record low productivity rates, housing crisis, highest corporate tax rates in the world are all his doing. All right, shifting focus now to the first wide-angle story on the show. Dr. Jaishankar, External Affairs Minister, attended the SCO summit in Islamabad as tensions persist. Take a look at this report that tells the leverage New Delhi has in this relationship, if at all a thaw were to ever happen. India took center stage at the Islamabad SCO summit in what many would call a classic carrot and stick approach. Jaishankar's presence was the carrot. The move underlined New Delhi's willingness to engage on larger issues concerning the wider region. The 3 evils of terrorism, separatism, and extremism. Comment referred to Islamabad, and the cooperation must be based on mutual respect and not unilateral agenda snipe targeted Beijing's CPEC project. New Delhi will not let Islamabad and Beijing control the narrative or impact its strategic interests. The Indus Water Treaty, a pact forged in 1960, is New Delhi's stick and the biggest risk to Pakistan's fragile socio-economic fabric. The treaty decides how Indus River waters are shared by New Delhi and Islamabad. Till now, Indus, Jhelum and Chenab rivers have been available for unrestricted use by Pakistan. Over 80% of the country's food production depends on irrigation from these rivers. They are Pakistan's lifeline, which still faces an acute water shortage resulting in a loss of up to 1.5% of its GDP. New Delhi's demands for review and modification of this treaty could have catastrophic damage on Pakistan. While India extends a metaphorical carrot like the SCO to safeguard its wider interests, the Indus Water Treaty could be its big leverage. Islamabad was served with a notice weeks ahead of the SCO summit. The question is, how will India use this leverage for a thaw in the frozen bilateral relationship with Pakistan? In fact, India will not resume diplomacy with Pakistan, not till it gets its house in order and stops state policy of sponsoring terror to India. Pakistan's persistence of seeking a reversal of the 2019 administrative situation in Jammu Kashmir and the present fragile political situation, given that Imran Khan remains extremely popular, makes any progress on bilateral relations next to impossible. But if a thaw were to happen, viewers, New Delhi will do it on its own terms, with the Indus Water Treaty being one such leverage. On to the second wide-angle story on the show. The Middle East war has entered a new phase. Israeli forces have killed the Hamas chief, Yahya Sinwar, the mastermind of the deadliest attack on Israel since its inception. It's raised many questions. Does this mean that the war will now end? Does this mean that the remaining hostages would return home? Does a ceasefire look more possible now than ever before? Well, answer to that is very simple. Yahya Sinwar was one among the 1,027 prisoners that were released by Israel in 2011 in exchange for one single Israeli soldier. Right now, Hamas has 101 hostages. How many terrorists will Hamas seek for releasing to ensure that these hostages go back home? That's anybody's guess. So, which means that Netanyahu will have to make some very painful concessions and a ceasefire on terms that are not palatable to him, or if to him at least, not to the far-right constituents in his government. And that too after back-to-back military victories. Much of what Israel will do now will be to restore the deterrence that's necessary for its long-term survival and permanently weaken Iran and its proxy network. I think the war will go on. At least till America goes to polls, given the fact that Biden's calls don't carry the same weight. There may even be a possibility that Israel may use this present momentum to attack Iran for the missile attack. The Middle East will remain a war zone for the time being. There is no day after right now. All right, on that note, we slip into a very short break. We come back on the other side with lots more. Stay with us.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter.
And impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
To the seat of power, Delhi.
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV. 8 a.m. every day.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
This week on India Ascents. Why Canada and US probe on Khalistani terrorists have taken different trajectories. Dr. Jaishankar speaks terror to Pakistan on Pakistani soil. What's the future of the India-Pakistan relationship? Why IBM thinks India is the next AI capital of the world. All this and more only on India Ascents with me, Gaurie Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं.
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही. त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त आहेत. पण का भरत नाही? राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे.
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं की त्यांच्याच खिशातले पैसे चालले. शेतकऱ्यांना मोफत वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views,
We bring you stories that matter.
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
To the seat of power, Delhi.
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV. 8 a.m. every day.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV.
Welcome back. This is India Ascents. Let's now move to the top voice segment on the show. This week we have Sandeep Patil of IBM. Listen in. I'm in conversation with Mr. Sandeep Patel, who is the Southeast Asia India head of IBM, at a time when India's technology superpowership is in focus, at a time when there are now growing aspirations about India to be a leader in AI and semiconductor. What does it mean? How soon we can get there? What all we need to get there is what we are going to be discussing with Sandeep today.
Great to be here.
We speak at a time when there is a lot of buzz around artificial intelligence, a concept that's unknown in the West, but India is still sort of waking up to the kind of possibilities it throws up. My first question, sir, how do you see the potential and possibilities that AI throws up for India, for the Indian economy?
I truly see AI as being the Naya Daur of really fueling digital India in many ways. And I'll tell you why. And whilst we might think that the Western world is ahead of the game, let me share with you some data points from a recent adoption index survey that we just did. So we did a global study to look at how enterprises were actually adopting AI. Interestingly enough, Indian enterprises, 59% of all Indian enterprises surveyed, which was the highest across all the other countries surveyed, said that they were actually experimenting with some form of AI. 27% of them basically said that they were thinking about it. So when you just take that universe, the understanding of AI is fairly significant.
Yes.
People are playing with it, are learning about it. One of the things that now I think it really needs to happen is scaling AI to its full potential.
Yes.
And taking advantage of it.
When you say 59% of the companies are already now, wanting to adopt AI in a significant manner, which are these sectors that we are talking about? What's the scale of adoption that we are talking about? Because that gives a sense of the transformation potential that we are talking.
So it ranges across the board. There's clearly, a lot going on in financial services institutions, fair bit happening in manufacturing, in retail, for example. These are all the industries that are actually trying to play with it. 59% is not thinking about it. They are experimenting with it in some way, shape, or form. So what that means is there are use cases that they are trying to try out. What has not happened, though, is it hasn't been adopted at scale. And when we talk to CEOs and CXOs in these enterprises, there are sort of three areas which come up as detractors in terms of them really scaling AI to its full potential. The first one is around skills. People are, sort of worried that, will we be able to scale it to its full potential, and will we have the right kinds of skills to support it? The second area that comes up is around data, and do we have the data readiness, and so on and so forth. Third, which is probably very interesting, is can we trust AI and the outcomes? And this is where the notion of responsible AI becomes very important. I think today there is a lot of AI outcomes that are delivered, but people don't.
Some of them are worrying.
Some of them are worrying, and people don't know where they've come from, right? So that domain of trust and driving responsible AI, that is seen as one of the detractors to say, how do you work around that and make sure that what you are delivering as AI outcomes and what you are using as trusted AI, that is truly can be trusted.
So several aspects of this. One, you said the security bit. Second, you mentioned the scale bit. And third being the responsible AI bit, which is essentially the bias that the data has. How do you sort of reduce it? No one can eliminate it. But in terms of AI's next journey in India, what do you think should be the next key milestones that corporates need to also now watch out for as they all become large-scale adopters?
I think the whole notion of responsible AI is probably at the focus of it. Responsible AI is responsible business. And let me give you the elements of it. The way we think about responsible AI or trusted AI is threefold. One, you always have to think about AI not just as artificial intelligence, but it is augmented intelligence. It's something where you are augmenting human intelligence to make better decisions, to actually drive productivity, to do work faster, and so on and so forth. So that notion, I think, needs to be there. Second, the whole notion of data provenance is really important, which means where did data really come from? If you're using some points of data or certain data sets, do you really own them?
All right, China has land borders with 14 countries. And in the last decade, ever since Xi Jinping became the president of China, he's been trying to do what many call salami slicing, or take small parts of every country and suddenly it becomes very big, substantial. And that's exactly what it's trying to do in Nepal, where China has been claiming land on remote border villages that have high Tibetan population. Take a look at this report that tells you the extent to which China is trying to grab land in Nepal. There's trouble brewing in the picturesque snow-clad Himalayan range. the dragon is redefining its territorial limits. A splitting division has sprung up at breakneck speed when Nepal's Great Himalaya Trail ends and Tibet begins. The Humla district is one of the most isolated places in the world. Not only peripherally located region, it's isolated, but its people also find themselves divided and under Chinese surveillance. Ethnic Tibetan Nepalis inhabit this region. Thousands of them escaped to Nepal in a bid to free from the dragon's repression. They are reportedly being pressured not to display images of His Holiness Dalai Lama. A 600 feet message on a hillside reading "Long live the Communist Party" has also been carved out. The Communist Nepalese government is silent due to increased Chinese investments in the country. As China continues to target Tibetans, the community has been held hostage to the dragon's expansionist tendencies since 1951 when China annexed Tibet. Since 1959, the 14th Dalai Lama has lived in India in exile, and thousands of exiled Tibetans have followed suit, found refuge in India. Beijing's unchecked expansion is also a major strategic threat to New Delhi as it concerns the territory of Doklam in neighboring Bhutan. Doklam carries huge military advantage for India's security. The area spread over less than 100 square kilometers, comprising a plateau and a valley, is at the tri-junction between India, Bhutan and China. As China continues its assertive policies, the stakes in this region have never been higher. It's time for a quick check of some of the other important stories that India Sans is keeping a close watch on. As the world's fastest growing economy, India is set to become the world's third largest economy. According to the recently released International Energy Agency's World Energy Outlook 2024, India is on track to become an over $5.2 trillion economy by 2028. This means India will overtake Japan and Germany, both manufacturing powerhouses. The growing economic heft will also translate into greater strategic and military heft for New Delhi. As the leader of the global south and the only counter to China in Asia, New Delhi's growth will play a major role in shaping the new world order. Modi government's policy push will act as a catalyst to further push up these tailwinds. 53 years after gaining independence, Dhaka seems to be going back to square one, implementing Pakistan's ideology. Barely 2 months after paving the way for the return of the Jamaat-e-Islami Bangladesh, whose infamous leader was convicted of war crimes for helping the Pakistani military in the 1971 massacre and hanged, the Muhammad Yunus-led interim government seems to be in a hurry to erase everything related to the history of the birth of the country. It has pressed the reset button. Yunus's government has cancelled all national days related to the country's liberation war, spearheaded by Sheikh Mujibur Rahman or Bongo Bandhu. The move indicates Islamization of Bangladesh with deep security challenges for India on its eastern border. The Supreme Court ruling, which 40 lakh Bangladeshi immigrants who came to Assam before 1971 were eagerly waiting for, is finally here. With a 4:1 majority, the 5-judge constitutional bench of India's Supreme Court has greenlit the validity of Section 6A of Citizenship Act of 1955. This means that those immigrants who entered prior to 1966 shall be deemed citizens, while those who entered between 1966 and March 25, 1971 can seek citizenship subject to the conditions laid out. The Supreme Court has also dismissed arguments of dual citizenship and said that by Section 6A, the immigrants become Indian citizens and relinquish their earlier nationality. All right, with that, it's a wrap on this edition of India Sense. Thanks so much for watching. This week on India Ascends. Why Canada and US probe on Khalistani terrorists have taken different trajectories. Dr. Jaishankar speaks terror to Pakistan on Pakistani soil. What's the future of the India-Pakistan relationship? Why IBM thinks India is the next AI capital of the world. All this and more only on India Sense with me, Gaurie Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai. India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं.
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही. त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा महाराष्ट्रवाद.
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त आहेत. पण का मिळत नाही? राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे.
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं की त्यांच्याच खिशातले पैसे चालले. शेतकऱ्यांना मोफत वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
This week on India Ascends. Why Canada and US probe on Khalistani terrorists have taken different trajectories. Dr. Jaishankar speaks terror to Pakistan on Pakistani soil. What's the future of the India-Pakistan?
Hello and welcome to We the People. I'm Gargi Rawat. Today on the show, a very important conversation around women's health. Did you know that according to the World Health Organization, cervical cancer is the second most common cancer among women in India? 99% of all cervical cancers are linked to the human papilloma virus, or HPV as it's more commonly called. Now, there are vaccines to protect us from the human papilloma virus and related diseases, which include cervical cancer. Unfortunately, the level of awareness around these vaccines is extremely low. WHO and the Indian Academy of Pediatrics recommends HPV vaccination for girls as young as 9 years old. But the uptake of the vaccine, however, is very low among children in India and among women. So today we're going to talk about the importance of the vaccine, what parents could and should do to protect their children from HPV-related diseases. It's not just cervical cancer, there's several other diseases that it can cause. Joining us today for this conversation and to create more awareness about this, we're joined by Dr. Meenu Walia, Vice Chairman, Medical Oncology, Max Super Speciality Hospitals, Noida, Dr. Arun Vadva, Pediatrician, Also joining us is Dr. Tanaya Narendra, also known as Dr. Cuterus, or doctor, author and educator. Thank you so much for being with us today. Dr. Garima Malhotra, who goes by the name of the Doctor Mom on Instagram and posts regularly about children's health and health related issues. So thank you so much all for joining us today on the program to talk more about what can be done regarding HPV and the cervical prevention of cervical cancer. And Dr. Walia, I'd like to start with you first. If you could just explain to us what exactly is HPV and also what is cervical cancer, how is it caused?
So HPV, the word stands for human papilloma virus. So it is the type of virus, and it is something like this. A viral infection is very, very common. The infection rate is very, very common. And now it is not one virus like what we learned from during our COVID days, what people will remember. There are many variants of the virus. So human papilloma virus also has many variants of the virus. There are almost 100 odd variants of human papilloma virus. But what is important is to know that there are some variants which we say are very virulent, and there is a higher risk. I mean, they can actually cause cancer. So many human papilloma virus infections can be asymptomatic also, it can clear off on its own. But some of these infections can stay, especially with the more pathogenic strains, something like the strain 16 and 18. This is considered to be one of those very highly pathogenic strains.
So many of them can remain harmless and one can live with it, and
yes,
it can go away by itself as well.
Yeah. But some of these strains, especially like I said, the strain 16 and 18, it can stay on and it will have a propensity, it will have a tendency to cause cancer. And one of the common cancers, apart from other cancers, one of the very common cancers that it causes is cervical cancer, which in our country, the burden of cervical cancer is so high that we contribute to almost 1/4 the burden of the cancer in the cervical cancer in the world, a very, very high number. So something like cancer, which is entirely related to a type of virus. So what this virus does, it causes certain changes in the cells, it causes certain mutations, some changes in the cell. These changes in the cell convert them into being carcinogenic, being into cancer cells, and once cancer develops, then we know that as the cancer increases, the stage increases, it will spread to other parts of the body, and it can actually be life threatening also.
And the what is quite astounding to know is it's completely preventable because you can get the vaccine. Dr. Vadva, if you can talk about how much awareness have you found among parents who come to you? Do they come with questions? If you could talk a bit about that.
So the parents' awareness has definitely increased. We've been having this vaccine for almost 16, 17 years now. And earlier, we used to really struggle hard telling them what is, and people used to think cervical cancer means cancer of the neck. So now the things have changed, people are aware, it's not so difficult to tell them, and they are now ready to take also. So times have changed.
Definitely, but do you find yourself having to tell many parents and educate them as well?
But the number of parents who need counseling education has become much less now. People are aware, so there is awareness in the society, but still they are hesitant in taking the vaccine because of various reasons. So they come and clear their doubts, and we tell them, assure them that it's a good vaccine. It's like any other vaccine. It's like a kill virus. So all other vaccines which we use, like hepatitis B, A, they're also kill viruses. So it's the same way. People sometimes they feel it's got some hormones, they'll disrupt the hormones, the periods may be delayed, something may happen, but we have to tell them that's like all other vaccines. It's a kill virus, doesn't cause any harm, it's all good.
Absolutely, and that's why we need to create more awareness about this. Dr. Narendra, if you can also come in here and talk a bit more about HPV and the complications it can cause, what it means for women reproductive health.
Thanks so much for having me. This is a topic I'm very passionate about, and I've been working on creating awareness about this for about 4 years now, simply because this is the only cancer in the world that is preventable with a vaccine. We have all of these big news stories about protect yourself from cancer, cure cancer this way, miracle cure for cancer. It's not a cure yet, but this is literally the only option we have for a cancer that has the global burden for India is very, very high. So HPV, like the others have mentioned, is a group of viruses. It's a family, and there's many different types, out of which some are known to cause cancer in humans. And it's not just the cancer of the cervix. So, like Dr. Vajra said, cervix means the neck, and here cervix means the neck of the uterus. So, it's the bottom part of the uterus. And aside from causing cancer of the cervix, HPV is also linked with cancers of the back of the throat. So, the oropharynx, what we call. It's also linked with cancer of the penis, of the anus, so anogenital cancers, oropharyngeal cancers, vulval cancers, vaginal cancers. A very significant proportion of these cancers is caused by the HPV virus. We now understand that well enough. And we have a beautiful way of protecting ourselves from cervical cancer. There's two ways of protecting yourself. One is primary prevention, other is secondary prevention. So you can get the vaccination, which protects you from the virus itself, which is implicated in more than 90% of all cervical cancer cases. And you can also get something called a pap smear every few years once you're of a certain age. Along with these two, coupling these two things together, you can protect yourself from the second most common cancer in urban Indian women. Why not do it?
No, absolutely. And, if we... Yes, sure.
Along with cancer, forget another thing, that the vaccine also protects you against genital warts. So 1% of the whole population in India statistically has genital warts, which tend to be recurrent and keep coming back, and they're embarrassing. So the vaccine protects you. It has 2 strains in it, 6 and 11, which protects you against the warts also.
Okay, that's important to know. Dr. Valia?
To add on to what Sir
yes,
said.
And if you can also talk about, the long-term impact of HPV and cervical cancer.
So again, just to add on where he left, so apart from the cervical cancer and the genital warts, most people think that vaccine is only for cervical cancer. So not only cervical cancer, there are many other cancers which are linked to human papilloma virus. We talk more about cervical cancer being much more common. So it is, it can also prevent, protect us against, say, vaginal cancer, vulval cancer, penile cancers also, and also some of the oropharyngeal cancers, which are also known to be HPV linked.
Anal cancer also.
Anal cancers also.
So that's why we start now giving it to boys also, because anal cancer, penile cancer, oral cancer happens in boys too, even the warts. So even men need the vaccine now.
No, absolutely. And I also believe because they can be carriers of HPV and then pass it on to their partners. So how common is that in terms of parents knowing that their sons should get the vaccine?
So yeah, for boys, the awareness is gradually now building up. What we had for girls 10 years ago.
Yes.
And they are surprised because they feel cervical cancer means ladies, which is not there in boys. Why do you want it? So we have to tell them that there are 3 cancers, anal, oral and penile, which are prevented in boys, plus the genital warts, and plus transmission of the virus to their partners. So it's a community vaccine which, if everybody takes, the virus transmission will not happen and the cancer incidence in the community will go down.
So definitely it's something that parents of both sexes need to be aware of.
So it's a gender-neutral vaccine. Everybody is protected. The transmission, like herd effect, the community virus transmission goes down. So even the girls, the ladies also will not suffer from cancer.
No, absolutely. Dr. Malhotra, if you can, since you interact a lot with parents, it's all about creating a lot of awareness. In the course of your work, what sort of fallacies have you found or concerns that parents have? Do they speak about this? Are they concerned about the vaccine?
I think when a few of the mothers, like my community is all about new mothers, and they were not even aware. They got aware about cervical cancer and they need to get vaccination. That's how the awareness is increasing, and the concerns which they usually have is they are still not confident about either we should get it done or we should not get it done. So I think awareness is what we, through Instagram or through social media, we can create more and more.
Shows like this, of course.
Yes, so the shows like this, we can create more and more awareness about the same topic and bringing good speakers like
That's right, Dr. Valia. So just, it's preventable if you get the vaccine. If you can tell us about cervical cancer itself, then it's a long treatment. It depends on what stage you catch it at, and it's completely preventable. So it's important if you could talk a bit about that.
So cervical cancer, as I said, the burden of cervical cancer is huge in our country. So globally, India itself is contributing to almost 25% of the cervical cancer worldwide. And if we look at the mortality, then few years back we had the government figures that would say every 8 minutes a woman in India dies because of cervical cancer. So that is the gravity of the situation. And the sad part is today, I mean, this is a cancer, sad or the good part, whatever you say, which is, as you said, almost 100% preventable. So, if not preventable, it is also, it can be detected. So, cervical cancer is not a cancer that actually develops overnight. I mean, it is not that today you are okay and after a week you will be detected to have cervical cancer. It generally has a long latent period, and that long latent period easily runs into months and years. So, when the cells in the cervix, as somebody aptly put, is the lower portion of the uterus, the neck of the uterus, and the cells in the cervix, they have certain changes and they get converted into cancer cells, and there is a latent period. Latent period is that over a period of time these cells will get converted into cancer, which will run into months to years, and so we have phases for that when these cancer cells will develop. In today's state, there are screening methods also that we have been having for many years. So, regular screening which we would promote for women, for ladies, and that would include PAPS testing, which is a very simple test that can be done in any gynecologist's chamber. And another what we have nowadays is what we say PAP and a HPV co-testing. So, that is something what we say is you can do a test, it is a screening test, all the general, I mean it is really prescribed for women who are at risk for survival. I mean all the women who should get these tests regularly, and what these tests do is you detect cancer early. You can actually detect cancer way beyond the cells, you can detect it even in stage 0. So, we say CIN, I mean this is a different stages, CIN 1, 2, 3. So, as early as stage 0 of cervical cancer, you can detect this cancer, and where it is almost again 100%, almost 100% curable. But now, since we have the vaccination, and vaccination is something you are actually eliminating the root cause, you are eliminating that, you are acting against that human papilloma virus which can cause cancer. So, vaccination at the right age, and that is why the right age we say is, the right age is actually the pre-teens, I mean much before the exposure to the virus happens. So, that is the right age where we should give the vaccination, and there is something called as catch-up age or catch-up vaccination. If we have missed that age, then it can still be given like in the teenager group, say 15 till 26 years of age, and now we have data that it is found to be safe till 45 years of age also. But the efficacy will be the highest before the exposure happens, and that is why the recommended age is somewhere between 9 to 12 years.
All right, Dr. Ratana, if I can get you back here, on this, what are the kind of doubts that parents have? There's all this misconceptions around menstruation, it could impact that in some way. So, and I was happy to hear from Dr. Vadva that that more and more parents are coming forward and taking the vaccine. But if you could tell us about these kind of misconceptions.
One of the primary fears that people have is because HPV is a virus that spreads via sexual contact. People have extrapolated from this that if you get vaccinated, it will mean that you're encouraging, sexual activity for young people. So because of that, there's a lot of misconceptions that people have developed over the years, including false ideas like getting the HPV vaccine will result in infertility, when in fact this is a vaccine that will protect your fertility because it is protecting you from cancers of the reproductive tract. So people worry about this. People also worry about life-threatening side effects. People worry about things that have never happened but have been untruly linked to the virus. With all of that said, it is important to remember this is one of the most tested vaccines in the world. We have millions and millions of people's worth of data where we have seen that the side effects have been mostly simple things like pain in the arm or redness or maybe say a slight fever the next day. Whereas the serious side effects that people report just haven't been linked to this vaccine yet. And it is massively well tested and it has an excellent safety profile with very, very significant results in terms of protecting you from, again, the most common cancer in rural Indian women, the second most common cancer in urban Indian women. So we strongly encourage people to take it. And if you do have doubts about this vaccine, especially with regards to the misinformation you might see on social media, it is a very good idea to speak to your doctor about it, because they can explain to you how this vaccine was tested, what is the safety profile we have on it, what is the kind of data we have on it, and how a lot of this is unfortunate misinformation.
Dr. Vasu, you can tell us what are the different types of HPV vaccines?
So we have actually 3 broad types. One has just 2 strains in it, the 1618, which is not available in India now. It did not have the 611 strains which cause warts. And then the other 2 which we have now are the 4-valent, the quadrivalent, and the nonavalent, the 9-valent. So both of them have 2 strains of warts, 611, and also have 2 strains of the cancer causing in the quadrivalent, and one has 7 strains against the cancer. So a better vaccine would of course be the nonavalent vaccine, which has 9 strains. It gives you very good protection to the tune of 98.4, 98.6%. And if you use the quadrivalent, it gives you protection around 80 to 83%. So broadly, if you say 2 vaccines or 4 strains and the 1 vaccine with 9 strains, so we have 3 vaccines which are there in the market.
All right. Well,
the 2-strain vaccine is not available now.
Okay.
It's withdrawn.
Okay. And all this
when you
information.
Have a better vaccine, the older ones will be phased out. Eventually, I think the 4 one will also be phased out soon.
All right. Well, I'd like to take this to the audience as well, and we have, a survivor of cervical cancer. अगर आप बता सकते हैं आपका नाम क्या है और आपका एक्सपीरियंस के बारे में?
मेरा नाम परमजीत कौर है. मैं सर्वाइकल कैंसर सर्वाइवर हूँ. मेरे को 2019 में डिटेक्ट हुआ था, पर उससे पहले मेरे को कोई सिम्टम्स नहीं थे, कभी कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं हुई, कोई मतलब फीवर नहीं, कुछ भी नहीं था. अचानक से मुझे एक दिन हैवी ब्लीडिंग हुई. नॉर्मल ब्लीडिंग भी मेरे को डे टू डेट पूरे जैसे पहले था वैसे ही था. फर्स्ट टाइम मेरे को हैवी ब्लीडिंग हुई जिसमें मैं फेंट हो गई थी. तो नेक्स्ट टाइम मैं एक गैप आ गया, एक महीने में मैं पीरियड्स नहीं हुई. तो जनवरी में नॉर्मल रहा. फरवरी में फिर मेरे को हैवी ब्लीडिंग होने की वजह से मुझे डॉक्टर के पास गई मैं. तो उन्होंने मुझे कहा कि आपको बायोप्सी करना पड़ेगा. तो मुझे लगा कि भाई अगर मेरे को मेनोपॉज है तो बायोप्सी इतनी जल्दी, तो मैंने कहा मैं घर पे बात करके फिर बताती हूँ. मैं घर पे आई तो हम लोगों ने डिसीज़न लिया कि हम लोग हॉस्पिटल जाएंगे तो चेक करवाते हैं. तो उन्होंने मेरे को एडमिट कर लिया क्योंकि मेरा HB लेवल बहुत डाउन चला गया था, 5 ग्राम रह गया था.
तो आपको पूरा जो ट्रीटमेंट रेडिएशन
हाँ जी 30 रेडिएशन उसके साथ ही 5 मेरी कीमो साइकिल चली थी
जी.
एंड उसके बाद मेरी 4 मतलब इंटरनल रेडिएशन चली थी.
और आपको सर्विकल कैंसर के बारे में अवेयरनेस थी इससे पहले?
हाँ पता था, बट मेरे को ये नहीं था कि मुझे हो सकता है, क्योंकि मैं बहुत एक्टिव थी. मैं शॉप पे जाती थी, अपना काम देखती थी, सब कुछ करती थी. मतलब मुझे ऐसा लगा ही नहीं था. इवन मैंने अपनी बेटी की मैरिज की थी 2015 में, तो मैं बिल्कुल एक्टिव थी और मैं कोई कह ही नहीं सकता था कि मुझे खुद पे विश्वास नहीं हुआ. मुझे लगा शायद रिपोर्ट गलत हो सकती है. मुझे हो नहीं सकता.
कैंसर पेशेंट्स फील हाउ कुड इट हैव बीन मी, व्हाई डिडंट हैपन. और अब हम ये जो प्रोग्राम कर रहे हैं कि एक वैक्सीन है जिससे प्रिवेंट हो सकता है, तो इसके बारे में आपको क्या कहना है?
हाँ, तो ये तो ज़रूर सबको लगवानी चाहिए. मैं सबसे पहले मैंने अपनी बेटी को लगवाई. अपनी फैमिली में जितने मेरे रिलेटिव्स हैं सबको मैंने बोला कि आप लोग को लगवानी चाहिए. और हमारी फैमिली में सब ने ही ये वैक्सीनेशन करवाया है, क्योंकि अगर इसके कोई सिम्टम्स ही नहीं है, वैसे भी मेरे को लगता है कि किसी भी कैंसर के कोई सिम्टम्स एकदम से पता नहीं चलते, अचानक ही पता लगता है. तो इससे अगर जो चीज़ हमें वैक्सीनेशन में अवेलेबल है हमें वो लेनी चाहिए, जिससे हम बच सकते हैं, जिससे हम ठीक हो सकते हैं. क्यों नहीं?
Absolutely.
और मुझे एक चीज़ और भी समझ में नहीं आती, हाँ, कि इसमें कई बार क्या लगता है कि सर्वाइकल कैंसर, मुझसे सब लोग पूछते हैं तुम्हें कैसे पता लगा, कि तुम्हें पहले क्यों नहीं पता लगा. तो मैं सही में कहती हूँ मुझे पहले कुछ नहीं पता लगा. जैसे नॉर्मली 5 डेज़ पीरियड्स आते हैं, मेरे को भी आते थे 5 डेज़ एवरी डे, मतलब एवरी मंथ उसी साइकिल पे आते थे, आगे पीछे भी नहीं, कभी चेंज भी नहीं हुआ. एंड हाँ, क्लॉट्स कई बार आते थे छोटे छोटे, तो उसको नॉर्मल सब लोग कहते थे नॉर्मल होता है.
आपने पढ़ा तो आपको
बाद में पता चला कि वो मुझे पहले दिखाना चाहिए था. तो अब मैं सबको बोलती हूँ कि किसी चीज़ को लाइटली मत लो. अगर जो पहले ठीक हो सकता है तो उसको पहले कर लो. ठीक तो खैर मैं भी हो गई हूँ और मुझे पता है अभी मैं बहुत लंबा चलने वाली हूँ.
Very happy to see that you're fine and thank you so much for sharing your experience. Women take their health last. They'll put off going to the doctor. अगर कुछ हो भी रहा है, they'll say okay, maybe first I want to take care of my child, my son, my daughter, my husband, my falana, this, that and the other. And very often we don't prioritize our own health. So if you can talk a bit about that and the need for this regular screening, as you said.
But I'm so glad we are talking about screening because it is such a good, easy to use and cost effective tool for reducing the overall burden of cervical cancer and for getting earlier diagnoses. And as Paramjit ji mentioned, she didn't have any symptoms. So one of the most bizarre things about cervical cancer is that you don't get any symptoms until it's really quite late. And because of that, a lot of people get diagnosed when things have already gone very advanced, which is why screening is such an important and useful and simple and cheap tool. It doesn't cost a lot of money. In a lot of government hospitals, you might be even able to get it for free. And I don't know a lot of women in India who have really gotten screened as a routine practice. So when I turned 25, that's when in the NHS they recommend getting your screening. When I turned 25, I was living in England at that time. And they followed up every single week with me that, come and get your smear. And that was such a shocking thing for me because even as a doctor, even as the daughter of a gynecologist, I had not heard this kind of, medical pressure to get screened. But it was such a useful tool. And what they've seen in the UK is that in the past 10 years, when they've had a lot of regular vaccination, not just for young women, but also for young men. So school-going kids between the ages of 9 to 13 are vaccinated routinely. They have seen a 90% reduction in cervical cancer. This is not a normal number. This is a magical number when it comes to medicine. This is a magical number when it comes to cancer. And they saw a 90% reduction just with good screening, regular screening, and vaccinating everybody. So this is something we really do need to focus on. We really do need more of a push to get people to get their screening done. If you're between the ages of between the ages of 21 to 65, you should get screened every 3 years. And if you can get your screening done with an HPV test, you should get it every 5 years. It is, with the HPV test, it's a little bit more expensive, but even if you're not getting that, even if you're getting just the pap smear itself, it can be wonderful.
Right, no, absolutely. And awareness, Dr. Walia, you're an oncologist, and obviously, as we keep emphasizing here, prevention is, better than actually going, especially cancer treatment, as we know, it can be very hard on your body. If you can, talk a bit more about that and also about, the symptoms, because as Paramji shared here with us, she said there were no symptoms till she experienced that heavy bleeding. So that's the issue with most cancers. As you said, regular screening is a way of preventing it.
So before I answer your question, I think I'll take on where she left.
Sure.
That is the major difference between the Western world and this part of the world. What we say is, it is not that we have more number of cancers. No, the number of cancers is much more in the Western world. Major difference is, majority of the cancers which they detect is the early stage cancer, stage 1, stage 0 cancer, even pre-cancers, they are detecting a lot. She just now exemplified because there were regular phone calls. There is a lot of focus on the screening, and screening is what? Screening is picking up cancer even before the symptoms develop. So if you really want to pick up cancer before the symptoms develop, that is a very, very powerful tool. And with screening mammography, with screening tests only, they have actually brought down the mortality of these cancers a lot because they are being picked up at an earlier stage.
Absolutely, yes.
The next question you asked is
about HPV as well, and if you could tell us, we've talked about how the vaccine is a way of preventing it, but also the impact that it has.
You also talked about, I think, and you wanted to know about the symptoms of cancer.
Yes, because
and how
she just spoke about how she had no idea of the symptoms.
So the problem with cancer is not one disease. When we talk of cancer, we are actually talking about lot many different cancers, like it can be cancer, I mean it is named about from where it starts, although in the advanced stages it will probably involve all the organs of the body. So if the cancer starts from your breast, it is known as breast cancer. If those cells are starting from the cervical, from the cervix, it is known as cervical cancer. If the cells are starting from kidney, we will say kidney cancer. And the problem is not all cancers will have the same symptoms, and like breast cancer, the symptoms will be entirely different than a cancer of the cervix. Similarly, the cancer of the kidney will have different symptoms, the head and neck cancer, a mouth cancer will have different symptoms. And another important thing is, many of these symptoms are very much like, it is not that a symptom is unique of cancer. If this is there, it is cancer. No. Many of these symptoms are which can happen in n number of other diseases also, much more common diseases also, and that is the reason majority of the times these symptoms are missed by ladies, by even.
I know one of symptoms is like exhaustion. I'm like, we're
Yeah,
always
just
exhausted
feeling
after
tired.
the age of 30. I think you kids
I
will know
know.
right now, but
I know.
after 30 it is constantly
I know,
exhausted.
just feeling tired.
Yes.
So feeling tired can be because your hemoglobin is going down, your hemoglobin can be going down just because you are not eating properly, you are not taking enough iron or B12 in the diet, but your hemoglobin can also go down with something as sinister as cancer, something like cervical cancer. If you are actually bleeding a lot during your periods, your hemoglobin will go down. Or if you are having another cancer which we know as a multiple myeloma, a cancer of the bones, the RBCs are not, I mean again the hemoglobin goes down and people do present with anemia, and you frequently find that they have been for a very long time, they are just taking those iron pills and just smoking those pills, thinking that is anemia, and rather than going to a proper setup and getting the checkup done. So we have a whole list of, again, cough, a very common symptom, can be there in as little as, it can be a seasonal cough, it can be with bronchitis, it can be something like tuberculosis, which is very common in our country, but it can also be cancer. So anything which is abnormal, any symptom which is abnormal and it persists more than 2 to 3 weeks, I will always recommend at least go to your physician, go to your personal physician, your family physician, and do report to the symptoms, and do learn about screening. There are a lot of screening tests available, very simple screening tests which normal people should do, and they can actually get with these screening tests, they can actually pick up cancer early.
Right. Dr. Malhotra, if you can add to that in terms of, your interactions with parents and parents of, young children, and your message to them, because we've just heard about how preventable this cancer is, and young girls and boys, that's another point that we must raise, that boys too can get vaccinated.
So first of all, though, I want to add to the ma'am that there are now home kits available for pap smear, and I think they are, even if you are not going to the doctor, you can get that home screening done at home, and you can get to know the early detection of cancer. When it comes to interaction with the parents, now no doubt about that, awareness is increasing day by day of HPV vaccine, and about this also. Simultaneously, a lot of suspicion or a lot of doubts and are also related to that. But as and when we are growing and awareness is growing through different medias and through authentic medias, as a lot of doctors these days are creating content, like Dr. Kutras is creating content and awareness on this. I think awareness is increasing day by day, and people are getting more aware, parents are getting more aware of the same.
All right, well, that's an important conversation, and as we said, cervical cancer is completely preventable if one gets the vaccine, and one can get the vaccine starting from the age of 9, and both boys and girls should get it. We'll slip into a short break, a lot more to talk about on the other side. We're going to open up this conversation to our young audience as well. If they have any questions for the doctors, do stay with us.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं.
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही. त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा महाराष्ट्रवाद.
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त आहेत. पण का मिळत नाही? राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे.
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं की त्यांच्याच खिशातले पैसे चालले. शेतकऱ्यांना मोफत वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
This week on India Ascents. Why Canada and US probe on Khalistani terrorists have taken different trajectories. Dr. Jaishankar speaks terror to Pakistan on Pakistani soil. What's the future of the India-Pakistan relationship? Why IBM thinks India is the next AI capital of the world. All this and more only on India Ascents with me, Gaurie Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps.
And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं.
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही. त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा महाराष्ट्रवाद.
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त आहेत. पण का मिळत नाही? राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे.
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं की त्यांच्याच खिशातले पैसे चालले.
Welcome back. We've been having a very important conversation here on We the People. We've been talking about cervical cancer and HPV and how it's completely preventable if one gets vaccinated at a young age from 9 onwards till you're in your adolescent years as well. And prevention is always better than cure. The purpose is to raise awareness about this issue as well and to remove any misconceptions, as we realize a lot of people have, a lot of parents have, regarding the vaccine and how it can protect your children as they go into adulthood. Well, before the break, we heard from all the experts about cervical cancer, the HPV vaccine, what HPV itself is. But now we want to open it up to the young people here today in our audiences and also hear from them what doubts they have, any questions that they have. First and foremost, I'd like to ask who all have been vaccinated, who has got the HPV vaccine here? Raise your hand. All right, so one here and nobody on this side. Well, that just shows you the kind of awareness there is and how, again, this is the second most common cancer among women in India, and how there's a need to, get the vaccine so you can completely prevent, further complications, as one all knows about cancer. I think there isn't a family that's unaffected.
In a metro heart of the country and educated group. And you can understand the situation in the villages, how much they must be knowing. I mean, that's a far way to go.
Tier 2, Tier 3 city must not be knowing also about all this.
How many ladies have got their children vaccinated?
Well, we know you have got them vaccinated because you shared your experience before this. G.
I got my sons vaccinated 5 years ago, before it came for boys in India.
Wonderful. And that's the other point that we want to make in this program, that for boys as well. But yes, ma'am, that's a very important point. Here we are in the national capital, and only one person in my audience has taken the vaccine.
जैसे वैक्सीनेशन का बोला, मैंने मेरी बेटी ने करवाया हुआ है, उसके 2 बच्चे हैं. सेकंड डिलीवरी के बाद उसको पीरियड्स बहुत ज़्यादा हैवी रहे, मतलब 2 वीक्स 3 वीक्स चलता था. तो हम लोगों ने फिर डॉक्टर को दिखाया, पेप स्मेयर बिल्कुल क्लियर आया, सब कुछ ठीक था. देन उन्होंने सिस्ट वगैरह कोई प्रॉब्लम थी जिसकी वजह से वो आगे जाके दिक्कत कर सकते थे. तो उसके बाद क्या मतलब अभी उसको पेप स्मेयर दोबारा करवाना चाहिए?
In spite of getting vaccinated, in today's state, we do recommend regular screening to still continue. So that doesn't mean that she must have also got vaccinated quite late, I guess. But even today, when we say if you have got vaccinated also, regular screening for cervical cancer should continue.
All right. Dr. Vada, I wanted to also ask, because you said if you got the vaccine late, if you get the vaccine early on, does one get a booster like you get in other vaccines?
So as of now, boosters are not recommended. Once you take the vaccine, it works almost lifelong. And the best time to take the vaccine will be 9 to 13 years, before the onset of sexual debut. Not only that, intercourse is important, even skin to skin contact can spread. So 9 to 13 years, and since it's a vaccine, it's prevention. And smear is early detection. So before the virus actually comes in, best time to take would be 9 to 13 years before the virus enters. And more importantly, the prevention happens, and the antibody levels are best when you take at this age. The antibody levels are almost 2 times more if you take at 9 to 13 years, if you compare it with older people. And higher antibody levels would mean longer lasting, so they last longer. And also for you, if you take at this age, only 2 doses are required. If you take the doses before the 15th birthday, and it's an expensive vaccine, so after the 15th birthday, you'll need 3 doses. You save on 1 dose also.
So that's an important point.
So that's for you, but otherwise medically, the levels are better, levels are higher, they last longer. And actually it's prevention, so prevention means before the virus comes, you have to take the vaccine. Once the virus enters, it will not help you. So it's not a therapeutic vaccine.
Right. Dr. Tanaya, I saw you nodding there. If you want to add anything, and I'll open it up for questions as well.
Yeah, like Doctor said, the earlier you get it, the better it is. 9 to 15 are ideal ages, and you don't need to be sexually active, quote unquote, to get the vaccine.
Right. And the young girl who's had the vaccine, if you could, talk about that. When did you get it?
My name is Kavisha. I just wanted to ask if are there any health conditions because of which the HPV vaccine should be prevented?
I mean, you cannot give the vaccine.
Yeah, are there any health conditions?
No, unless you have very high fever, you're suffering from a disease, then you don't take it. Postpone it for a couple of days. Once you're all right, then take. Otherwise, there's no contraindication.
Any specific disease?
No. And you don't have to get yourself tested or a pap smear done before you take the vaccine.
Okay.
Just go and take like any other vaccine.
Okay. Thank you,
and from 9 years onwards. Any questions here? Yes, go ahead.
Hello, ma'am. Hello, sir. I'm Arshit. My question is this, that is there any booster dose required for the vaccination?
No, it's not required. So
what were the side
mathematical
effects?
modeling they've done, it protects you almost lifelong.
And so what were the side effects?
No side effects, only those local side effects of local pain,
totally safe
little feverish feeling for a day, maximum, that's it.
Sure.
Not everybody has it, only a few people will have it.
So what we say, no booster dose, but what we say is a catch-up vaccination. If you have missed the bus that you have already crossed 15 years, then can still get vaccinated and get the same protection. You get 3 doses of the vaccine instead of 2 as already.
And men should also, we had a question, if you can pass the mic.
I'm Sohana. I have a question as in like children like us, do we need to follow any particular lifestyle or a specific dietary habits that will, prevent us from catching this quick or something?
No junk food. Have lots of fruits, vegetables, exercise and sleep well.
Yeah. Homegrown food only.
I think so. There is
homegrown
concern.
food would be the best.
I guess there is some concern among young people and about how this gets caused. So I mean, Dr. Walia, if you can speak more about.
So I think this is a very, very important question. All these dietary habits probably will protect you from cervical cancer or not. It's another thing altogether. But yes, because in today's date, majority of the problems which the world is facing is all related to the lifestyle. So especially if you start with the right lifestyle at the right age, that will be very important. So as I said, stay away from the junk food, have a balanced diet, healthy balanced diet, and being more physically active. Nowadays the children are especially going away. I mean, reduce their screen time, be open, be outside, be outdoors more, and be physically active, away from junk food and a healthy lifestyle.
Not only cancer, so many non-communicable diseases like diabetes, weight gain, PCOD, all that also will be prevented by a healthy lifestyle.
Right, and I do hope you young people, after hearing about all this, you're going to go ahead and get this vaccine and demand it. Dr. Tanaya, yes, go ahead.
Just to add one thing, smoking significantly ups your risk of getting cervical cancer. So please don't smoke. It is the single best decision you can take for your health overall. But also with respect to cervical cancer, it increases your risk of actually the HPV virus staying in your body, your immune system not naturally clearing it, and you having a persistent infection that can eventually develop into cancer.
All right, important point there. And Dr. Malhotra, if you just like to add at the end, clearly creating awareness is very important, and be it through influencers, through social media, through news channels like ours, there's a need for people to take care of their health. And I think what we've learned is screening and of course prevention is the best cure.
I think we people need regular reminders, which is very, very important. And as an influencer, it's our job also, it's our duty also to regularly remind parents about that you need to get your child HPV vaccinated. They should follow a healthy lifestyle, no junk food. Go out, as ma'am said, it's very, very important. Home cooked food is the best food, and these days I think it has reduced to a number of time. And creating daily awareness on a regular basis will do wonders. And I think for government it is very important, like kids bachcho ki vaccine free mein it's available at government hospitals. I think this should also be available at a very low cost or freely when government runs such kind of campaigns. I think it would be great helpful.
Right. Well, we're at the end of the show, and Dr. Vadva, if you could just wrap it up for us, the message that we're trying to put out there to get the vaccine and get it early.
Yeah, get it early is the most important thing. Don't think that cervical cancer is a disease of older age groups. We'll wait till then. The virus enters now. The virus causes cancer 35 years later. So you have to take the vaccine now. And if you've actually missed the bus, do take the vaccine still. And after taking the vaccine, also do regular screening as advised. And if you have any doubts, I think most importantly, talk to your doctor, especially a gynecologist or a pediatrician, not other forms of medicine. And if you have any doubts, read authentic places like WHO, CDC guidelines, not individual blogs, or follow people who have their own opinions, so talk to an authentic person to decide whether you need to take the vaccine.
Go to your doctor and consult them. And if you're a parent, go to your doctor right now and consult them and get your child this HPV vaccine.
About the vaccine, yes.
All right, well, that's the note we'd like to end this show on. So it's very important to take care of your health. We've just heard all about, cervical cancer as well as HPV, and it's clearly very important. This is a cancer that's completely preventable if one gets the vaccine, and the earlier, the better. Thanks so much for watching. Thanks so much, doctors, for being here, and thank you all, audience, for being here. Thanks for watching. Goodbye.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From maximum city, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
This week on India Ascends. Why Canada and US probe on Khalistani terrorists have taken different trajectories. Dr. Jaishankar speaks terror to Pakistan on Pakistani soil. What's the future of the India-Pakistan relationship? Why IBM thinks India is the next AI capital of the world. All this and more only on India Ascends with me, Gaurie Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai. India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं.
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही. त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा महाराष्ट्रवाद.
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त आहेत. पण का मिळत नाही? राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे.
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं की त्यांच्याच खिशातले पैसे चालले. शेतकऱ्यांना मोफत वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter.
And impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From maximum city, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
This week on India Ascends. Why Canada and US probe on
latest political flashpoint between the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP here in the national capital. Well, the BJP upping the ante right ahead of the assembly polls. Now remember, the assembly polls are expected to be held early next year, and the BJP is now raking up a new issue, and that is a CAG report that needs to be tabled as per the BJP. Now remember, these are multiple reports that the BJP is talking about, and these are pictures of the BJP MLAs, including the leader of opposition there also here in Delhi, Vijender Gupta, protesting outside Chief Minister Atishi's residence, saying that the Aam Aadmi Party has not lived up to its promises and these CAG reports need to come out in the public domain. Of course, corruption is something that is a huge issue, huge political issue as far as the assembly polls are concerned. My colleague Anushka, in fact, sent us this report from outside the Chief Minister's residence.
Right now, we are at Mathura Road near the house of Delhi Chief Minister Atishi, where leader of opposition Vijendra Gupta is holding a sit-in protest with Delhi BJP MLAs also. They are protesting over the delay in the tabling of the CAG reports in the Delhi Assembly. Let's go straight to them and talk. Sir, आप लोग यहाँ sit-in धरना कर रहे हो आज CAG के reports को लेकर के, क्या है पूरा मुद्दा?
दिल्ली की सरकार ने पिछले 7 साल से 6 साल से दिल्ली की असेंबली में जो CAG की रिपोर्ट्स आ रही हैं उनको वो टेबल नहीं कर रहे हैं, उनको अंडरग्राउंड कर रहे हैं, सप्रेस कर रहे हैं और उनको छुपा रहे हैं। ऐसे अब तक 12 रिपोर्ट्स हैं जो CAG की, जिनको अंडरग्राउंड किया है केजरीवाल जी ने। और हमारा ये मानना है कि इन रिपोर्ट्स में भ्रष्टाचार के संगीन मामले आम आदमी पार्टी के खिलाफ, उनकी सरकार के खिलाफ, वो चाहे वो शराब का घोटाला हुआ, उससे जुड़ा हुआ मामला है, चाहे वो जल बोर्ड के घोटाले हैं या तमाम चीज़ें। और ये एक संवैधानिक कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल ऑब्लिगेशन है गवर्नमेंट का कि इसको टेबल करना। लेकिन गवर्नमेंट अब बार बार कहने के बाद भी, अभी लास्ट सेशन में भी हमने काफ़ी कुछ कहा, लेकिन गवर्नमेंट ने इसको डिसोन कर दिया हमारे इस डिमांड को और हमें मार्शल आउट कर दिया। तो ये इस तरह से हमारा ये कहना है कि ये सरकार चूँकि ट्रांसपेरेंट नहीं है, ये करप्ट गवर्नमेंट है और देश में पहली एक ऐसी सरकार है जो CAG की रिपोर्ट को टेबल नहीं करती है। कांग्रेस जब शासन, ये 2G स्कैम वगैरह ये सब CAG की रिपोर्ट से एक्सपोज हुए थे। तो देश के अंदर आज तक जितने बड़े स्कैम हैं उनका अगर कहीं से खुलासा हुआ है तो वो CAG की रिपोर्ट है। तो केजरीवाल जी, आप तो बहुत ईमानदार बनते हैं, लेकिन हम देख रहे हैं कि आप तो सबसे भ्रष्ट निकले। ये रिपोर्ट पब्लिक होनी चाहिए, ये रिपोर्ट हमें पब्लिक करवानी है और उसके लिए हमें जो भी संघर्ष करना पड़े करेंगे और कोर्ट जाएंगे।
Seeing a sit-in protest that is being held by the MLAs of the BJP in Delhi, and right now also we are showing you the visuals where all the BJP members, all the BJP leaders are here holding posters in their hands and are currently asking for the tabling of the 12 CAG reports by the Aam Aadmi Party. Now, according to them, the CAG reports have not been presented in the Delhi Assembly since June 2022, and because of that they are protesting and they are clearly asking the Delhi government to table the CAG reports that has not been presented to the inside the Delhi Assembly. With camera person Ashok Male, this is Anushka Garg for NDTV.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps.
And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Nijjar is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
तालियों के साथ हम स्वागत करेंगे आदरणीय मोदी जी का।
छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की। यांचा अजेंडा फक्त करप्शन फर्स्ट, आमचा अजेंडा आहे नेशन फर्स्ट.
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं.
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही. त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा महाराष्ट्रवाद.
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त आहेत. मग का मिळत नाही? राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे.
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं की त्यांच्याच खिशातले पैसे चालले. शेतकऱ्यांना मोफत वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi.
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV. 8 a.m. every day.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
This week on India Ascents. Why Canada and US probe on Khalistani terrorists have taken different trajectories. Dr. Jaishankar speaks terror to Pakistan on Pakistani soil. What's the future of the India-Pakistan relationship? Why IBM thinks India is the next AI capital of the world. All this and more only on India Ascents with me, Gaurie Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
In a world of shifting power dynamics, India stands tall as a global force. Join us at the NDTV World Summit 2024, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will unveil his transformative vision for the India century.
तालियों के साथ हम स्वागत करेंगे आदरणीय मोदी जी का। छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की।
यांचा अजेंडा फक्त करप्शन फर्स्ट, आमचा अजेंडा आहे नेशन फर्स्ट.
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं.
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही. त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा महाराष्ट्रवाद.
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त आहेत. मग का मिळत नाही? राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे.
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं की त्यांच्याच खिशातले पैसे चालले. शेतकऱ्यांना मोफत वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV. 8 a.m. every day.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
This week on India Ascents. Why Canada and US probe on Khalistani terrorists have taken different trajectories. Dr. Jaishankar speaks terror to Pakistan on Pakistani soil. What's the future of the India-Pakistan relationship? Why IBM thinks India is the next AI capital of the world. All this and more only on India Ascents with me, Gaurie Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
In a world of shifting power dynamics, India stands tall as a global force. Join us at the NDTV World Summit 2024, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will unveil his transformative vision for the India century. Be a part of a summit of thought leaders and visionaries, shaping the
and welcome to watching NDTV. I am Vedant Agarwal. Coming up on the show, well, the big story from poll-bound Maharashtra. Akhilesh Yadav has made it clear that he has stakes too when it comes to the Mahavikas Aghadi. He says, I'd like to see Samajwadis in Maharashtra like in UP. All of that and more coming up. First, look at the headlines at this hour. Like in UP, I would like to see Samajwadis in Maharashtra too. That's what Akhilesh Yadav has said as he eyes a share in the Mahavikas Aghadi seat sharing plan. In poll-bound Jharkhand, meanwhile, the JMM and the Congress finalized their seat-sharing plan. The BJP is set to contest the Jharkhand polls with allies JDU and Chirag Paswan's LJP. West Bengal doctors issue ultimatum to Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee. Doctors say we will go on an indefinite strike unless the 10 demands are fulfilled. Meanwhile, Mamata Banerjee's olive branch to doctors after the ultimatum. She calls them for a meeting. In the national capital, the BJP protests and demands the CAG reports in Delhi to be tabled. The BJP MLAs protest outside Chief Minister Atishi's residence. Meanwhile, the BJP says the Aam Aadmi Party has not lived up to its promises. The Aam Aadmi Party yet to respond. A reported drone attack near Netanyahu's personal residence in northern Israel. Israel says the drone was launched from Lebanon. And our lead story this afternoon, well, Akhilesh Yadav is on a 2-day visit to Maharashtra. In fact, he's made several important points. Remember, he is eyeing a share in the Mahavikas Aghadi seat-sharing plan. Well, Akhilesh Yadav has 2 MLAs, remember, in Maharashtra. And he has made it clear that the Samajwadi Party has stakes too. Remember, Akhilesh Yadav, with a renewed strength in the parliament, has regained some amount of negotiating power as far as the India bloc is concerned. Remember, with 37 members of parliament, he is the third largest party. His party is the third largest party in parliament, which is why the Congress may have to concede some more ground to the Samajwadi Party as far as Maharashtra is concerned. Clearly, the UP, the Samajwadi Party and the Congress alliance worked well for the Congress as well as far as Uttar Pradesh is concerned. And Akhilesh Yadav is eyeing a national party status as far as the SP is concerned. He held a public rally today, which is where he said that like in Uttar Pradesh, I see my MLAs in Maharashtra too. Take a look.
और लग रहा है कि उत्तर प्रदेश की तरह धुलिया में भी समाजवादी पार्टी हमें दिखाई दे रही है। हम आपको भरोसा दिलाने आए हैं कि ये चुनाव जो होने जा रहा है, ये महाराष्ट्र का ऐतिहासिक चुनाव होने जा रहा है। हम लोग देखते हैं कि जहां पर महाराष्ट्र में महायुति गठबंधन की सरकार चल रही है, ये महायुति गठबंधन की सरकार जरूर है, लेकिन महाराष्ट्र की जनता को महादुखी करने का काम इन्होंने किया है। महाराष्ट्र में लोग रोजगार और नौकरी करते थे, महाराष्ट्र में लोगों को रोजगार और नौकरी मिलती थी। आज महाराष्ट्र के कारखाने यहां से छीन करके गुजरात भेजे जा रहे हैं। जो प्रतिमा लगी थी छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज को न केवल महाराष्ट्र के लोग बल्कि पूरे देश के लोग उन्हें मानते हैं, पूजते हैं। हमारे उत्तर प्रदेश के लोग भी मानते हैं। सोचिए, उनके स्मारक में, उनकी प्रतिमा में ये घपले कर रहे हैं, तो महाराष्ट्र की जनता ये अपमान कभी स्वीकार नहीं करेगी। महाराष्ट्र की जनता इसको अपना सम्मान का चुनाव भी समझ रही है।
Who asked me a couple of days ago said that the negotiating power that the Samajwadi Party has now is increased from what was the case in 2019 because of their increased share as far as the parliament is concerned. They are the third largest party in the India alliance. Now, coming to Akhilesh Yadav's visit, it is a 2-day visit. From yesterday he was in Malegaon and today he's in Dhure, and even the choice of these places is very interesting because they've gotten a very interesting demographic which would ideally help the base of Samajwadi Party. And today in his speech he lashed out at the Mahayuti government over their schemes, over the topic of development, and also about hunger index, talking about the larger narrative of the country. Time and again he was making reference referring to how this election is going to be a crucial and an important one, something that he reiterated on yesterday as well, where he said that if the people here in Maharashtra are able to give another shock to the Mahayuti government like what they did in the Lok Sabha elections, it might as well shake the chair of the Prime Minister in Delhi. Besides that, he also said that it will also have its repercussions in Uttar Pradesh, where according to him, the government which is out on bulldozing people's houses will also get a reality check. Now, while saying all of this, Akhilesh made a very important point by, calling out people and by basically terming them as Samajwadis as well. This come at the backdrop of the seat sharing arguments which have been going on in the Mahavikas Aghadi. Now, the arguments or the debates that are going on there are basically between the three parties, that is the NCP, SP, Sharad Pawar's Congress party and the Shiv Sena party. But then there are several smaller parties which are complaining about the kind of negotiations that are happening. Samajwadi party is not the first one to do it. We saw CPIM also held a meeting in Pune a few days ago where they said that the MVA seems to be distancing its allies, and that is something that several small parties are trying to tell the opposition, opposition heads, big heads in the opposition parties that their support is going to be crucial if in case it is a hung assembly. But while reiterating the same point, Akhilesh said that he is committed to forming a secular government in Maharashtra. He said that his two MLAs, there were several wooers for his two Samajwadi Party MLAs in 2019, but they did not think twice before offering their support to a government which would be completely secular in nature. And they're committed to do it this time around as well, according to him, if they would only want a more, a larger share as far as the candidature is concerned.
And from Maharashtra, looking at poll-bound Jharkhand now, well, both the India bloc as well as the NDA have finalized their seat-sharing agreement as far as Jharkhand is concerned. Remember, the JMM and the Congress, as expected, got a lion's share of the India bloc seat-sharing equation in Jharkhand. Of course, it's a battle for tribal votes as far as Jharkhand is concerned. Both the BJP as well as the Congress eyeing those tribal votes there. Now, as far as the India bloc is concerned, the JMM and the Congress will of course also be contesting with the RJD as well as the left parties, both of whom will be getting 11 seats as per the seat sharing agreement, and the JMM and the Congress will be contesting on 70 seats. It's going to be a crucial election as far as Jharkhand is concerned. There's been a lot of political churn given the fact that Hemant Soren lost his chief ministership and then now he's back as chief minister, of course, but the seat sharing plan has been finalized. Listen in fact to what Tariq Anwar had to say.
जेएमएम कांग्रेस आरजेडी के एक और सहयोगी गठबंधन में शामिल हो रहे हैं। लेफ्ट पार्टी की भी इसमें भूमिका होगी और इस चरण में इस चुनाव में अभी जो पहले चरण में ये बातें तय हुई है कि राज्य के 70 सीटों पर इंडिया गठबंधन के जेएमएम कांग्रेस के प्रत्याशी होंगे।
हम लोग पूरी उम्मीद करते हैं, आशा करते हैं कि हम लोग दोबारा सरकार यहाँ बनेगी, हमारे गठबंधन की सरकार बनेगी और अभी बातचीत लगभग तय हो चुकी है। कुछ जगहों पर अभी जिसको हम कह सकते हैं पेंडिंग है, लेकिन लगभग 70 सीटों का हम लोगों ने आपस में बातचीत किया है।
And let me go across live to my colleague Prabhakar. So Prabhakar, more or less on expected lines as far as the India bloc seat sharing is concerned, the JMM and the Congress getting the lion's share there. But it's a battle for tribal votes, isn't it, for a state that has seen so much political churn in the past couple of years? How is the battleground state shaping up?
Yes, certainly. Whenever you talk about elections in Jharkhand, it's always about the tribal issues. It's always about getting the maximum chunk of tribal votes, and that is what both the factions would be eyeing. And if you see the seat distribution which the India Alliance has just announced, it's almost on the similar lines of what NDA announced day before yesterday, when they have said that the BJP would be getting around 68 seats, and it is the 13 other seats which actually goes to the AJSU, that is All Jharkhand Student Union, then the JDU and the LJP. Now here, the 70 seat goes to JMM and the Congress combined, and the rest 11 would be distributed would be shared among the RJD and the left parties. Now what we are learning is the RJD is not happy with what they have got. They would be getting around 7 seats, and they were targeting to that figure to be somewhere around 11 to 12 seats. So that is one thing they will try to settle down. As we talk, Hemant Soren, Rahul Gandhi and Tejasvi Yadav, they're all parked in Ranchi, and they are trying to iron this out, trying to finalize the numbers, and especially as to which seat goes to which party and who will be the candidate. Those nitty-gritties will also be finalized today. But certainly, as you said, it's all about the tribal issues and what worries BJP, the NDA camp, that traditionally, if you see the last Lok Sabha results, they have not traditionally been doing well in the tribal belt. So that would be a big challenge for NDA camp.
All right, Prabhakar, thanks very much for joining us with the latest there. As Prabhakar is pointing out, pretty much on expected lines and on similar lines as we saw as far as the Lok Sabha polls were concerned. But let's quickly listen to what BJP leader Pratul Shah in fact had to say as far as the NDA seat sharing is concerned.
देखिए, सीट शेयरिंग की जो घोषणा हुई और जो इस बार एनडीए में एलाई हैं हमारे साथ, ये अब तक का एनडीए का सबसे मजबूत अलायंस है जो झारखंड के, अगर आप 24 वर्षों के इतिहास की बात करें। और हमने ये भी गुंजाइश रखी है कि अंतिम समय में भी एक आध सीट को अगर स्वैपिंग की बात हो, बदलने की बात हो, या एक आध सीट एडजस्टमेंट की बात हो, तो वो भी हम कर सकते हैं, क्योंकि हेमंत सोरेन गवर्नमेंट अब तक के इतिहास की सबसे करप्ट गवर्नमेंट है झारखंड के इतिहास की।
Now to the big developing story from Karnataka. Well, Prahlad Joshi's brother has now been arrested. In fact, this is the Union Minister's estranged brother who has been arrested. This is a cheating case that we are talking about. In fact, Prahlad Joshi's brother's wife had filed a complaint as far as this particular case is concerned. But pretty dramatic developments there, given the fact that you already have the Congress government on the back foot with the BJP upping the ante over the Muda case and sort of cornering the chief minister, and now the union minister being arrested by the police. So pretty, a strong political escalation there. Certainly, there's a cheating case, as I said, Gopal Joshi. Though, of course, what's also important to point out here is that this is Prahlad Joshi's estranged brother. So, it's not something that's directly sort of targeting his family, because that is something that certainly could be an angle as far as this particular case is concerned. Let me go across to our colleague Pratibha Raman joining us on the phone line. So, Pratibha, politically speaking, an escalation there, certainly given the fact that you already have BJP and the Congress at loggerheads over the Muda case, but Prahlad Joshi's estranged brother now being arrested in a separate case.
In fact, at least a couple of years ago, the BJP leader Prahlad Joshi had distanced himself from his brother, cutting or severing ties with his family members, especially his brother. But now what we hear is that the Basveshwar Nagar police on Saturday had detained Union Minister Prahlad Joshi's brother Gopal Joshi and nephew Ajay Joshi from Maharashtra for allegedly cheating a former MLA by offering a ticket in the 2024 Lok Sabha election. This is the crux of the complaint, and based on which the two were detained. And today what we hear is that they have been arrested. Investigators had previously arrested Somashekar Nair, believed to have conspired with the rest, and Vijay Kumari, who also posed as Prahlad Joshi's sister, using the name Vijay Lakshmi Joshi. The four were named in the FIR registered on October 17th based on a complaint by Sunita Chavan, the wife of former JDS MLA. And based on that complaint is how the police have investigated this case. Further details would emerge post the interrogation of the suspects who have been arrested.
All right, Pratibha, thanks very much for joining us for the latest there. As Pratibha is reporting, it's in a cheating case in which Prahlad Joshi's brother has now been arrested. Moving now to the standoff between the doctors and the Bengal government in Kolkata. In fact, the protesting doctors have now issued an ultimatum to Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, saying that if the charter of 10 demands is not agreed upon by the Bengal government, then the doctors will go on an indefinite strike. But this, of course, as Mamata Banerjee has now extended an olive branch to the doctors. The Mamata Banerjee government has called the doctors for a meeting. This, of course, as the doctors have, pointed out various demands, not just in this particular case, but the larger issue of doctors' safety, which is at the forefront now. But let me go across to my colleague Saurabh Gupta joining us live. So, Saurabh, Mamata Banerjee there calling the protesting doctors for this crucial meeting. But take us through what are these 10 demands that the doctors are talking about?
There are a list of several demands that the doctors are raising from this Dharna Manch in the Esplanade area of Kolkata. And you can see, of course, this is the place where these doctors have been on an indefinite hunger strike. And this is where the Chief Secretary and the Home Secretary of the state, Chief Secretary Manoj Pant and Home Secretary Nandini Chakrabarti, came here this afternoon to meet the doctors. And of course, Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee also addressed them via telephone and of course went through their demands point by point. Now, some of these demands, for example, justice for the victim, that's a part of the legal process. That cannot be happening overnight. The legal process will happen, and then, of course, the punishment will be given to ensure justice for the victim. But that's a matter in court. The CBI has already filed its charge sheet, and the court has said it will be fast-tracked. Now, other demands were raised, for example, removal of the health secretary. That's something the administration has turned down. The chief minister has turned down, said, I cannot do it. I cannot clean out an entire department and expect it to function. That's one. But she also mentioned that she's removed top officers otherwise, etc. And then, of course, there was a demand for security, and not have civic volunteers, but have policemen, to which the CM agreed, said yes, that would be done. But she also pointed out that, look, recruitment of police is stuck in a case because the Calcutta High Court is hearing a case on this matter. Then, of course, it's being heard in one of the courts as far as this recruitment is concerned. Then, of course, she says that, when it comes to a bed referral, a bed management system or a central referral system, these are things that pilot projects have already been launched for. But she also invited the junior doctors for talks. The junior doctors say that they want proper assurances, they want proper action and not just verbal assurances. The CM has said that it will all be given to them in writing as far as, what she explained to them today. And of course, she's also called them for a meeting on Monday. So all eyes will be on that meeting on Monday between the protesting junior doctors and the Chief Minister of West Bengal, Mamata Banerjee. Meanwhile, the doctors at this point still, though, are continuing their indefinite hunger strike, or Amaran Anshan, as it's as that poster says, here at Esplanade in Kolkata.
So you made an important point that as far as the justice for the victim is concerned, of course the charge sheet has been filed and several arrests have been made as well. But where does the investigation stand as we speak?
The investigation, as far as charge sheet is filed, charge sheet filing means that largely investigation is complete. If it's an ongoing investigation, there can be a supplementary charge sheet. But largely to start a criminal trial, that's the process of filing a charge sheet. And then, of course, there's framing of charges that's going to happen on the 4th of November. The police have submitted a strong charge sheet, in this case the CBI rather, based on certain evidences that have been gathered against the accused Sanjay Roy. That includes forensic, digital, CCTV, and several other forms of evidence that have been submitted against him. So it's a very strong charge sheet, so to speak, including material evidence. So that, of course, is something that now will, face the scrutiny of law in a criminal trial. And that is likely to start after the 4th of November. 4th of November is when the framing of charges, which marks the commencement of a criminal trial, that is expected to happen on the 4th of November.
All right, Saurabh, thanks very much for joining us for the latest there. So all eyes on that crucial meeting between the doctors and the Mamata Banerjee government, though of course we have seen that there are some points on which they've almost become like irreconcilable differences between the Mamata Banerjee government and the doctors. But moving now to news from the national capital, well, the BJP upping the ante against the Aam Aadmi Party government weeks, perhaps months ahead of the crucial assembly polls that are likely to be held early next year. These are pictures of BJP MLAs, including the leader of opposition, Vijayendra Gupta, protesting outside Chief Minister Atishi's residence. This in their demand to push the Aam Aadmi Party government in releasing the CAG reports. Now remember, these are a series of CAG reports that the BJP says should be made public. They say that the Aam Aadmi Party has not lived up to its promises. My colleague Anushka, in fact, sent us this report.
Right now, we are at Mathura Road near the house of Delhi Chief Minister Atishi, where leader of opposition Vijendra Gupta is holding a sit-in protest with Delhi BJP MLAs also. They are protesting over the delay in the tabling of the CAG reports in the Delhi Assembly. Let's go straight to them and talk. Sir, आप लोग यहाँ sit-in धरना कर रहे हो आज CAG के reports को लेकर के, क्या है पूरा मुद्दा?
दिल्ली की सरकार ने पिछले 6 साल से दिल्ली की असेंबली में जो CAG की रिपोर्ट्स आ रही हैं उनको वो टेबल नहीं कर रहे हैं, उनको अंडरग्राउंड कर रहे हैं, सप्रेस कर रहे हैं और उनको छुपा रहे हैं। ऐसी अब तक 12 रिपोर्ट्स हैं जो CAG की, जिनको अंडरग्राउंड किया केजरीवाल जी ने। और हमारा ये मानना है कि इन रिपोर्ट्स में भ्रष्टाचार के संगीन मामले आम आदमी पार्टी के खिलाफ, उनकी सरकार के खिलाफ, वो चाहे वो शराब का घोटाला हुआ उससे जुड़ा हुआ मामला है, चाहे वो जल बोर्ड के घोटाले हैं या तमाम चीज़ें। और ये एक संवैधानिक कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल ऑब्लिगेशन है गवर्नमेंट का कि इसको टेबल करना। लेकिन गवर्नमेंट अब बार बार कहने के बाद भी, अभी लास्ट सेशन में भी हमने काफ़ी कुछ कहा, लेकिन गवर्नमेंट ने इसको डिसोन कर दिया हमारे इस डिमांड को, और हमें मार्शल आउट कर दिया। तो ये इस तरह से हमारा ये कहना है कि ये सरकार चूँकि ट्रांसपेरेंट नहीं है, ये करप्ट गवर्नमेंट है और देश में पहली एक ऐसी सरकार है जो CAG की रिपोर्ट को टेबल नहीं करती है। कांग्रेस जब शासन, ये 2G स्कैम वगैरह ये सब CAG की रिपोर्ट से एक्सपोज हुए थे। तो देश के अंदर आज तक जितने बड़े स्कैम हैं उनका अगर कहीं से खुलासा हुआ है तो वो CAG की रिपोर्ट है। तो केजरीवाल जी, आप तो बहुत ईमानदार बनते हैं, लेकिन हम देख रहे हैं कि आप तो सबसे भ्रष्ट निकले। ये रिपोर्ट पब्लिक होनी चाहिए, ये रिपोर्ट हमें पब्लिक करवानी है और उसके लिए हमें जो भी संघर्ष करना पड़े करेंगे और कोर्ट जाएंगे।
Seeing a sit-in protest that is being held by the MLAs of the BJP in Delhi, and right now also we are showing you the visuals where all the BJP members, all the BJP leaders are here holding posters in their hands and are currently asking for the tabling of the 12 CAG reports by the Aam Aadmi Party. Now, according to them, the CAG reports have not been presented in the Delhi Assembly since June 2022, and because of that they are protesting and they are clearly asking the Delhi government to table the CAG reports that has not been presented to the inside the Delhi Assembly. With camera person Ashok Male, this is Anushka Garg for NDTV.
And with that, we'll take a short break now, but news continues on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
तालियों के साथ हम स्वागत करेंगे आदरणीय मोदी जी का।
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
This week on India Ascends. Why Canada and US probe on Khalistani terrorists have taken different trajectories. Dr. Jaishankar speaks terror to Pakistan on Pakistani soil. What's the future of the India-Pakistan relationship? Why IBM thinks India is the next AI capital of the world. All this and more only on India Ascends with me, Gaurie Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
In a world of shifting power dynamics, India stands tall as a global force. Join us at the NDTV World Summit 2024, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will unveil his transformative vision for the India century. Be a part of a summit of thought leaders and visionaries shaping the world's future. NDTV World Summit, October 21st and 22nd on the NDTV network.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering
Welcome back. Let's get to the latest on what's become a huge nuisance as far as our aviation industry is concerned. Well, in the past 4 days, close to 40 hoax calls have been received by various airlines. This is not just confined to one particular airline, but airlines across the board. In fact, the Central Aviation Watchdog, the DGCA, is also keeping a close watch on the situation. The police, of course, have said that this is something that's being done by some miscreants and they will be tracked down soon. In fact, the airlines are also saying that they're monitoring the situation closely, given the fact that this menace has caused at least 6 emergency landings over the past 4 days.
देखिए, जानकारी ये प्राप्त हुई है कि एक ट्वीट जिसमें स्पाइस जेट को टैग किया गया था, उस ट्वीट की जानकारी आज दिल्ली एयरपोर्ट पर स्पाइस जेट के जो मेन कंट्रोलिंग सेंटर है उसके इंजीनियरिंग विंग को हुई। ट्वीट करने का टाइमिंग है 12:01 आज दोपहर का। ट्वीट को उनके संज्ञान में आने के बाद दरभंगा एयरपोर्ट पर जो स्पाइस जेट के अधिकारी हैं उन्हें सूचित किया गया। तो वापस दरभंगा टू दिल्ली जाने वाली फ्लाइट थी स्पाइस जेट की SD 8477। उसके पैसेंजर्स को एक्स्ट्रा प्रिकॉशंस के तौर पर वापस लाकर रीचेकिंग की गई। रीचेकिंग के कारण फ्लाइट का टाइम भी शेड्यूल हुआ है। रीचेकिंग होने के बाद उन्हें वापस फ्लाइट को यहाँ से दिल्ली रवाना किया।
And some a shocking story, in fact, from Panchkula. In fact, a school bus overturned because of reported speeding by the driver. In fact, several students were critically injured. They've now been shifted to a local hospital, but no casualties have so far been reported. Let me go across live to my colleague Gurpreet, joining us on the phone line. So, Gurpreet, no casualties, I believe, as far as this incident is concerned. But what about the speeding charge? Has the police confirmed any of that?
Well, as of now, what we have learned from the police officer, they say this is the part of investigation which is being carried out. And the first thing that is more prior to this investigation, that was to provide first aid to all the people who are traveling in this bus and who have got injured. We have seen some of them have already been shifted from Morni to this Tikkatal to this Panchkula hospital, and one of them has already been referred to PGI. As of now, what we have learned, around 20 people they have got injured in this accident. They all are under treatment, but yes, of course, there is a relief to all these patients, because what we have learned from the doctors also, there is no serious injury. But now, what was the reason behind the accident? That is part of investigation, which has already been initiated by the local police and local administration to find out why the driver was not able to control the vehicle at this point of time, and what was the exact reason behind this whole accident which has taken place. We all know driver was also injured in this accident. That's why the police say once we are going to take a statement, after that there will be clarity how this whole incident had taken place. Back to studio.
All right, Gurpreet, thanks very much for joining us with the latest there. As Gurpreet is reporting, the police are yet to ascertain the cause of this incident there, but certainly pretty concerning there, given the fact that the preliminary report suggests that there was speeding by the driver. Moving now to the big international headline. Well, the West Asia war is only expanding. It's now a multi-front war. In fact, it's being called a 7-front war. And the latest is that a drone attack was reported near Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu's residence. This was in the south of Haifa, which is where his private residence is. In fact, what Israeli Defense Forces are saying is that this drone came from Lebanon. That's something that is yet to be ascertained, but pretty concerning there. It also comes just a day after Prime Minister Netanyahu said that this is not the end of the war as far as Gaza is concerned, and also a day after the Hamas chief was shot dead in an Israeli strike. In fact, in business news now, well, amid the festive cheer, gold prices have hit record high yet again. In fact, they've broken several records in the past 2 to 3 days. What are some of the reasons? Well, from geopolitical uncertainty to strong demand amid the festive season. My colleague Sakshi Bajaj has this report.
With gold prices in closer to rupees 80,000 per 10 grams, India's love for jewellery is clearly shining through this festive season. Festivals like Diwali and Dhanteras are considered auspicious, remember, for buying gold. And during the wedding season as well, gold is a traditional form of gifting. What does this trend reflect? And of course, the message for consumers during this festive rush for gold?
Thank you so much for having me here. It's always a pleasure to be on your show, Sakshi. As a gold consumer, I can clearly see that the prices have run up quite high. And if one were to go through the recent Reuters report, the gold prices are at an all-time high in Asia, which is kind of dampening the demand for gold a bit. But having said that, I think a lot of jewelry stores, a lot of retailers and wholesalers, jewelry makers are now trying to woo back the consumers by offering big discounts on the making charges. So as a consumer, one can look out for these kind of making charges discount. But as an investor, one could always look at different avenues to invest in gold, which is typically your digital gold, gold ETF, sovereign gold bonds, etc. Gold coins, all of that. So, but now what remains to be seen is that during this festive season, will the consumers actually flock the showrooms to buy gold jewelry in its physical form at this price, which is at an all-time high of 77,000 plus? It was, I think, it hit a lowest 4 months back in July at 67,000 plus. Since then, this year, 1 year, the gold rally has been over 38%. So one remains to see whether actually the demand will be dampened or whether consumers will flock the showrooms to buy physical gold in the form of jewelry.
That's right. That's as far as consumers are concerned. But, for jewelers at the moment also, it's a busy time, like you mentioned. It is the festive time, also the wedding season at large. So your message to those, and of course, like you're saying, there are, of course, discounts, but, your message to the industry at large.
Well, whatever I'm saying is not an investment advice. It is a general discussion, mostly for educational purposes. But I think a lot of jewelers right now are actually evaluating a lot of schemes, which they have actually come out. If one were to see the different jewelers in the listed space, schemes being the gold savings schemes form in which consumers can invest a certain amount every month, and at the end of it, they get a package deal in terms of gold. Also, Indian consumers, by and large, consider gold as a very auspicious and a venue for investment and prosperous in terms of, especially as a symbolic thing during the festive season. Gold is also looked upon as a methodology to take a loan in very middle class income group households. Gold is a useful way in which consumers actually borrow on a rainy day. So I think jewelers, jewelry makers, industry at large are looking at package schemes to woo back the consumer because the prices are clearly very, very high.
Right, but lastly, to those consumers saying, okay, post Diwali, will gold prices then come down? What would you say?
I would say do not ever look at investment as a short-term avenue. One can never do that, be it any asset class, be it equities, bonds, gold. One at least needs to have a medium to long-term view. Gold on a long-term view is a great asset diversification in a middle-income household because it gives you a hedge against inflation, it gives you a hedge against geopolitical turmoil, it gives you a hedge against equities and real estate. So, I mean, it should be very intelligently used as an asset allocator. But having said that, one has to be a little smart because right now the prices are at an all-time high. One needs to look at, if one were to go out and buy all out, look at schemes where you're actually getting a significant discount on the making charges because that's such an opportunity cost which goes down the drain.
All right, thank you so much for sharing your thoughts. And of course, we will continue to track the gold rush this festive season.
Thank
All right, with that, we'll step into a short break now, but news continues right here on NDTV.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
तालियों के साथ हम स्वागत करेंगे आदरणीय मोदी जी का। छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की।
त्यांचा अजेंडा फक्त करप्शन फर्स्ट, आमचा अजेंडा आहे नेशन फर्स्ट.
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं,
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही. त्यांचा परिवारवाद, आमचा महाराष्ट्रवाद.
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त आहेत. मग का भरत नाही? राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे.
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं की त्यांच्याच खिशातले पैसे चालले. शेतकऱ्यांना मोफत वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From maximum city, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
This week on India Ascends.
Why Canada and US probe on Khalistani terrorists have taken different trajectories. Dr. Jaishankar speaks terror to Pakistan on Pakistani soil. What's the future of the India-Pakistan relationship? Why IBM thinks India is the next AI capital of the world.
All this and more only on India Sense with me, Gaurie Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
In a world of shifting power dynamics, India stands tall as a global force. Join us at the NDTV World Summit 2024, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will unveil his transformative vision for the India century. Be a part of a summit of thought leaders and visionaries shaping the world's future. NDTV World Summit, October 21st and 22nd on the NDTV network.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
तालियों के साथ हम स्वागत करेंगे आदरणीय मोदी जी का। छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की।
Corruption first on the agenda in nation first.
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं.
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही. त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा महाराष्ट्रवाद.
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त आहेत. पण का भरत नाही? राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे.
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं की
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Welcome back. Yoga has taken the world by storm in the last few years, and it has also gained massive acceptance in Saudi Arabia, thanks to the effort of Noor Marwai, who calls herself Saudi's first yoga acharya. She learned yoga over several years in India, and Noor's efforts led to the legalization of yoga as well in the country. NDTV's Mohammad Asim caught up with Noor Marwai in Riyadh to talk about yoga and her stay in India. Take a look.
We are in Riyadh meeting different kinds of people, interesting people, and the person with me now is really special. She's got a long winding resume. I had to write it to remember all of it. So she is, I won't be wrong if I describe her as the mother of yoga in Saudi Arabia. She's an instructor, yoga instructor here. She is the one who got yoga legalized in this country. And she has also got Padma Shri, which is India's civilian honor. So, and there's a whole lot of things which we'll talk about as we go along. Welcome, Noor Marwai. How are you doing today?
Good, thank you.
So let's talk about your years in India first. When was it? What all did you do?
So my first trip to India was 2008, and I went to Kerala first. I went to study yoga and Ayurveda for my health because I was diagnosed with lupus, but I have been practicing yoga since 1998. And then I thought the trip to India is a must. I have to go learn from the source.
Perfect. So did yoga help with your health?
Yes, definitely. It improved the quality of my life. I actually was stopped from going to school. My parents said, "You're not going to school no more until your health improves." And I went back to school and I graduated from college, from clinical psychology with high honors. Yoga helped my life. I didn't stop practicing yoga until today.
Lovely. So then you decided to take yoga to others, to bring it to your country since it helped you. So why keep it to myself, take it to all the other people. So let's talk about that journey. How did it go? How did it get legalized finally here?
I started promoting yoga in Saudi Arabia. So I was promoting it within my college circle. That time there was no social media in 1998 and after. But since 2004, I actually started promoting it in the Saudi media, TV, newspapers, radio, all types of media, and there was only Facebook that time. So people were interested, and I started telling them about the benefits. And since I'm a clinical psychologist and I prefer to know more about the scientific side based on evidence, so there was a lot of studies every year coming up about the benefits of yoga for the health and well-being of the human being. And that's how I promoted it. And finally, in 2017, in November, yoga was listed as a sports activity in Saudi Arabia. All channels covered that, including NDTV.
Good to hear. So how do you describe the yoga scene in Saudi right now? Because many people attach religious motives to. I mean, they don't take it only as a health exercise. So what do you say to that?
The yoga comes from the background of the Vedas and Sanatana Dharma, but yoga is vast. There is a lot of schools. There is yoga therapy, there is traditional yoga, there is the yogasana competitive sport, and that was recently approved by the Asian Olympic Committee as an Asian game. So the thing is that yoga is vast. You can practice anything you like. You can practice pranayams, asanas, even the philosophy of yoga. It's a civilization, it's a philosophy, it's a culture. So knowing about something and learning from different cultures, I don't think the Islam says you can't do that. Of course not. And Saudis know their faith. They study and they know if there is a conflict with their faith, they just avoid certain elements. But yoga, none of my teachers in Himalaya or Rishikesh actually asked me to do something against my faith. So there was always the learning open for everybody. Yoga is for everybody. You can practice. And I tell you, last year in the International Day of Yoga, we had 10,000 participants between Saudis and expatriates equally. And this year we had 8,000 because it was a Hajj vacation, so people were traveling. It was the Eid time, but still we got 8,000 people.
That's a good number.
Yes.
And lastly, let's talk about your meetings with the Prime Minister Narendra Modi. You've met him on more than a couple of occasions. So what are your impressions from those meetings?
He's a visionary leader and he's doing a lot for India. And like I said early in my lecture, so our leadership had the Vision 2030, and of course I follow up on the news in India, and I know a lot of happening. Being a yogi himself and working toward promotion of yoga for the whole world is something I of course appreciate myself. And when I met him, actually he thanked me for promoting yoga in Saudi Arabia.
Good to hear. So that is Noof Mawai. Thank you so much for talking to us, Noof. Thank you.
Quite fascinating there, yoga becoming so popular in Saudi Arabia. In fact, the Saudi government has also launched Project Global Harmony to bring different communities living in Saudi and the local population closer. Under the project, this year's Dwivedi festival in the Saudi capital of Riyadh is dedicated to showcasing Indian culture and art. In fact, Asim also spoke to the Saudi Deputy Minister of Media, Dr. Khalid bin Abdul Qadir Al Ghamdi in Riyadh. In fact, Dr. Khalid said that the 2.6 billion Indians living in Saudi are an integral part of the country's growth story.
So we are in Riyadh at the launch of this Global Harmony project by the Saudi government today. And to talk about the project and other things, I have with me Deputy Minister of Media, Mr. Khalid. Pleasure talking to you, sir.
Thank you.
First, let's talk about this project. What is it about?
This is an initiative launched by Ministry of Media in Saudi Arabia, the objective of which is to showcase how strong the relationship between the Saudi locals and the expats and residents in Saudi Arabia from different nationality. And of course, India came first because we have with us, mashallah, around 2.6 million Indians living in Saudi Arabia. And of course, we have the pleasure of having events, cultural events, from all the sorts of type of music, handicrafts, skills, and all the skills and the traditions of Indian has been shown in Sweden. And as you can see, if you went there, the Saudis were very keen to watch it and to get to know India more through this. Also, our brother Indian expats were there. They were happy to see the traditions of their countries come to Saudi Arabia and see it with them. Of course, this, as you have seen, has a very positive impact on them. So, in fact, this initiative by Ministry of Media came to show how Indian residents here are in very close relationship with their society in Saudi Arabia.
Thank you. So my next question on Indian diaspora only, since you talked so eloquently about the Indians. So am I right in saying that the Indians here are not seen only as workers earning a living here, but as contributors to Saudi story?
Oh, of course, you are right, and I hope you will cover the stories of Indian people here who are holding very high positions and who are participating in the journey of Saudi Arabia and Vision 2030. I think it's very important to show how Indians and other residents are contributing and contributing very positively. So, of course, this is very important aspects, and I think it should be also highlighted.
So India and Saudi also have another thing in common, because India is also a young country. We have a huge young population, and when I roam around in Riyadh, I only see young people around.
Yeah.
So Saudi is also a very young country. So does that make India and Saudi common partners in the growth and development?
Of course, it's a part of the harmony between the two societies, and any society, of course, with common characteristics like the one you just mentioned, the age of the majority of the population. Of course, it has common also interest, common hobbies, common taste in the arts and the cultural aspects. So this is, of course, one of the common aspects that help increase the harmony between the two community and the two people of the countries.
Also,
and finally, our special report. Well, a tiny defense research lab is actively finding solutions on how to effectively tap solar energy to keep soldiers' shelters warm. During winters in Ladakh, it can get really cold and windy for the Indian Army, which is in confrontation with the Chinese. NDTV science editor Pallav Bagla traveled to the Defense Institute of High Altitude Research in Leh and spoke to scientist Sarfaraz Nazir, who is developing the solar thermal warming technology. Take a look.
Behind me is a new solar thermal heating system being developed by the Defense Research and Development Organization for use by Indian soldiers for heating their habitat high at Siachen. I have with me Mr. Sarfaraz Nazir. Namaskar, sir. He's a mechanical engineer and somebody who has developed this system. What is this solar thermal heating system, and can it help soldiers, say, at Siachen?
Definitely, sir. This system was developed for the first time, and it will help all over the Ladakh region, where the temperature falls up to -40 degrees Celsius. So basically, it is a system based on solar thermal technology, capturing of the solar energy and transferring it to the heat transfer fluid. We had formulated the heat transfer fluid based on our tiles so that it can work up to -40 degrees Celsius. It consists of a water and an organic mixture. So it transfers the heat to the heat transfer fluid, which is stored in the tanks, which we can see here. And once this is stored, it can be used based on the temperature what we are required inside the room. It is basically a sensor-based system. You have to only push the button, and once the temperature is sensed, all the system works and maintenance of temperature is there.
Normally, solar systems work when the sun is there.
Yeah.
Can your system work when the sun is not there or in cloudy conditions? How long can it work without sun?
Yeah, you are very right. But since we had also taken into consideration this thing also, so we had conceptualized a backup system which consists of a oil. which had a temperature of higher boiling point of around 220 degrees Celsius. And this particular system, along with the backup system, this all are solar-based system. It can work up to 16 hours a day. If there is a prolonged duration of cloudy days, so in that case, we have a heat pump which is rarely used in the last year when we did the trial.
Now, can it help our soldiers who are posted at high altitude, say at Siachen or in the high Ladakh region?
Definitely, sir. This is mainly meant for the temperature, low temperature up to minus 40 degrees. This is mainly designed and developed for use by the army personnel only.
And minus 40 outside, how much will it give inside the room?
Right now we had maintained, it depends upon the user. Right now we had maintained for 16 hours with the backup system, and we had kept the temperature 14 to 20 degrees Celsius. At 20 degrees Celsius, the system stops, and when it reaches 14 degrees Celsius, the system again starts.
Thanks a lot for speaking to me, Sarfarasi.
Thank you so much, sir.
I hope you'll be able to get this system up and running and deployed.
All right, with that, we'll take a short break now, but news continues right here on NDTV.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Russian President Vladimir Putin praises Indian films, says they are the most popular in the country.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
This week on India Ascends.
Why Canada and US probe on Khalistani terrorists have taken different trajectories. Dr. Jaishankar speaks terror to Pakistan on Pakistani soil. What's the future of the India-Pakistan relationship? Why IBM thinks India is the next AI capital of the world.
All this and more only on India Ascends with me, Gaurie Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
In a world of shifting power dynamics, India stands tall as a global force. Join us at the NDTV World Summit 2024, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will unveil his transformative vision for the India century. Be a part of a summit of thought leaders and visionaries shaping the world's future. NDTV World Summit, October 21st and 22nd on the NDTV network.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Corruption first on the agenda and nation first.
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं.
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही. त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा महाराष्ट्रवाद.
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त आहेत. पण का भरत नाही? राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे.
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं की त्यांच्याच खिशातले पैसे चालले. शेतकऱ्यांना मोफत वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
And impact your life. News that informs and keeps you ahead.
from Maximum City, Mumbai.
Hello everyone, a very warm welcome to all of you as we bid farewell to an eye-opening and enlightening first year of Samar by Hyundai in partnership with NDTV.
आप सबका बहुत बहुत स्वागत है. हमें याद है कि एक साल पहले Hyundai की पहल समर्थ की शुरुआत इस मकसद के साथ हुई थी कि हम एक ऐसी शुरुआत करें जो दिव्यांगजनों के लिए अधिक समावेशी, सुलभ और जागरूक समाज का निर्माण कर सके. हमारा लक्ष्य था कि हम समाज में मानसिकता के स्तर पर बदलाव लाएं और दिव्यांगजनों के अधिकारों के लिए बराबरी की सिफारिश करें.
Along the way, we interacted with some amazing people with disabilities, entrepreneurs, civil servants, sports people, educators, rights advocates, travelers, corporate employees, some of whom are with us today, and we welcome them. And we learned from them a great deal. That the people we met are not just heroes, they are ordinary, everyday people living ordinary, everyday lives with their disabilities. That matters of accessibility are not limited just to people with disabilities. Disability actually touches us all at different times in one way or the other. It could be an accident, an injury, an illness, a disease, old age, even just poor eyesight. So many of us are wearing glasses today and can't see without them. That makes glasses an assistive device. So do think about that as well.
Absolutely. ज़रा सोचिए इस बारे में. आज जब हम सब इकट्ठा हुए हैं तो ये सोचने का वक्त है. ये सोचने का वक्त है कि बीते एक साल से हमने सीखा क्या. ये कि अभी बहुत कुछ करना बाकी है. ये तो बस एक शुरुआत है. हम जब अपने आसपास अपने परिवेश का ढांचा खड़ा करते हैं, उसे डिज़ाइन करते हैं, तो दिव्यांगता को बिल्कुल ध्यान में नहीं रखते. ना हमारे क्लासरूम्स में, ना अस्पतालों में, ना ही दफ्तरों और कामकाज की दूसरी जगहों पर भी इसका ध्यान ही नहीं रखा जाता है. तो ये सफ़र बहुत लंबा है और Hyundai की पहल समर्थ ने इसकी एक शुरुआत की है. ये बस एक पहला कदम है, लेकिन कम से कम संवाद की शुरुआत तो हुई है.
This is a daily reality for 26.8 million people living with disabilities in India. People are born with or develop disabilities, but they are disabled by society, by perceptions and stereotypes, by inaccessible infrastructure and public spaces, and by a lack of education and employment opportunities. This is a violation of their human rights. Hyundai Motor India Limited launched the Samarth by Hyundai initiative in response to this. It is a movement to change mindsets and spark societal change. An initiative to create a more inclusive and accessible world for all. This platform was created in partnership with NDTV to understand where the challenges lie and what can we do to tackle them. What can we do as governments, as corporates, as citizens, and as human beings.
With Samarth initiative, our vision is to create a society which is barrier-free, which is inclusive, and where differently abled are not disabled by the society due to lack of facilities. This, in our view, is truly mobility for all.
Through partnership with Go Sports Foundation, Samarthanam Trust for the Disabled and support of Wheeling Happiness, Hyundai is supporting para sports and blind cricket in India, promoting inclusivity and fostering innovation in disability sports. The Samarth Assistive Devices Conclave was organized to initiate conversations on how assistive technologies can help make the lives of people with disabilities easier. Hyundai Motor India Foundation partnered with Samarthanam Trust for the Disabled to support blind cricket in India for 3 years. That led to the organization of the first Samarth Blind Cricket Championship between India and Sri Lanka, which India won 5-0. Hyundai's own commitment to inclusivity, diversity and accessibility reflects in multiple ways. Hyundai Mobis launched 4 assistive accessories for passengers with mobility challenges. It has made its entire ecosystem of offices and dealerships accessible. And this show at the Hyundai headquarters was an important step towards the acknowledgement of diversity and creation of empathy that the initiative stands for. This year's edition of Art for Hope, run by the Hyundai Motor India Foundation as part of the Ability for Dignity program, brought out different perspectives through the artworks of artists with disabilities. Samarth by Hyundai also engaged with over 50,000 school students to sensitize our youngest citizens and create greater support and empathy from a young age. And with corporates across 6 cities in India on what an inclusive workplace could look like. Both school students and corporates alike lined up in huge numbers to send their best wishes for India's para-athletes, hopeful of competing at the Paris Paralympics. And their good wishes worked, with 7 of the para-athletes supported by Samarth by Hyundai making it to the Indian squad for Paris, and 2 returning with medals. The first ever Samarth survey resulted in a charter of recommendations that is being presented to union ministers and state chief ministers for them to act upon. The awareness is growing. Samarth by Hyundai is rapidly becoming a people's movement. Close to 5 lakh citizens have already taken the pledge for inclusivity. A year after it launched, Samarth by Hyundai is now identified with the movement it set out to create. A movement for equal rights, for equal access, and for equal opportunity for those with disabilities. The foundation has been laid. It's now time to start building.
Isn't that incredibly inspiring? We'd now like to invite on stage Mr. Ansu Kim, Managing Director, Hyundai Motor India Limited. Sir.
Thank you, Vishnu. Namaste. A very good morning to our distinguished guests, officials from the government, and the coaches and athletes, and the dear friends from media, ladies and gentlemen, and my dear colleagues. I would like to take a moment to welcome the Honorable Minister, Sri Mansukh Mandaviya, the Minister of Labour Employment, and the Minister of Youth Affairs and Support. Thank you for your continued trust and unwavering support. It is indeed a great privilege to welcome you all today to this crucial milestone in our journey of making the world a more accessible and inclusive place. Guided by Hyundai Motor Company's global vision of progress for humanity, we are committed to India not only through our products and services, but also by sowing the seeds of good in Bharat. Through initiatives undertaken by our philanthropic arm, the Hyundai Motor India Foundation, we have been actively working toward the nation building by enabling holistic growth in society. We strive to be a responsible corporate citizen. Change is not what just happened. It is what a group of strong-willed people come together to create. With this thought and Hyundai's far-sighted vision, we embarked on a purpose-driven journey in November 2023 with the Samar by Hyundai initiatives. A journey to create an accessible world and a barrier-free society for people with disabilities, or rather special abilities. With the Samar initiatives, we aim to spread awareness about the various disabilities and bring all the stakeholders together on one single platform through our partnership with NDTV and other key media houses. Throughout the year, we created awareness and brought our stories, especially abled individuals who inspired many people. Friends, Hyundai Motor India Limited and the Hyundai Motor India Foundation also partnered with organizations such as Go Sports Foundation and the Samarthanam Trust for Disabled to support the para sports and the blind cricket in India, along with providing assistive devices to those in need. We also internalized our efforts to creating accessibility for all by making majority of HMIL offices and dealership more accessible for people with disabilities. The journey till now has been one of the new learnings, finding inspiration, and creating momentous change. By creating shared value through the Samar initiatives, we are committed to building the inclusive society, one where disabilities don't hinder aspiration of a better tomorrow, and where opportunities are equal for all. Let's together take this journey ahead and pledge to make India Samarat. Thank you, Dhanyavad.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Ansu Kim. थैंक यू। और हंडे की पहल समर्थ का मकसद सिर्फ और सिर्फ बदलाव लाना है। हम नहीं चाहते कि ये सिर्फ एक ऐसी बातचीत हो जो आज ही ख़त्म हो जाए। हमें इसे एक ऐसी पहल में बदलने की ज़रूरत है जो एक्सेसिबिलिटी और इंक्लूसिविटी की राह में आने वाली सभी बाधाओं, चाहे वो शारीरिक हों या फिर किसी भी तरह की हों, उन्हें पहचान कर उन्हें दूर करने के लिए काम करे।
To find out those barriers and think about how they can be removed, Samar by Hyundai conducted a survey to assess how accessible public places are. This wasn't small. It was a survey conducted in 20 cities across 6 states. A panel of disability rights advocates then went through the findings to frame a charter of recommendations. In a sense, today is all about that charter. It is this charter that is being presented for the first time today to the Honourable Minister.
बिल्कुल, और चार्टर देने के लिए अब मैं स्टेज पर एक बार फिर से आमंत्रित करना चाहूँगी मिस्टर अंशु किम, मिस्टर तरुण गर्ग और मिस्टर जेटी पार्क, Hyundai Motor India Limited से। प्लीज कम अप ऑन स्टेज। और मिस्टर संजय पुगालिया, CEO और एडिटर इन चीफ, AMG मीडिया नेटवर्क। प्लीज कम अप ऑन स्टेज। And to receive the Charter of Recommendations, I would like to invite on stage the Honourable Minister, Union Minister for Youth Affairs and Sports, Shri Mansukh Mandavia. थैंक यू सो मच। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आप सभी का। थैंक यू आपसे रिक्वेस्ट करूँगी कि आप सब अपने अपनी सीट्स पे जाएं। मनसुख जी, मैं आपसे रिक्वेस्ट करूंगी कि आप प्लीज़ स्टेज पे रहें और अपने विचार हमारे साथ साझा करें प्लीज़।
आज के समर्थ कार्यक्रम में उपस्थित संजय जी, अंशु किम, तरुण गर्ग जी, सभी उपस्थित भाई और बहनों, सबसे पहले तो मैं एनडीटीवी और हुंडई को अभिनंदन देना चाहूँगा। आज का कार्यक्रम बहुत सामर्थ्य वाला कार्यक्रम है। शायद संख्यात्मक दृष्टि से ये छोटा हो सकता है, लेकिन प्रेरणात्मक दृष्टि से ये कार्यक्रम में बहुत बड़ी ताकत है। मेरे लेफ्ट साइड में मेरे दिव्यांग जन बैठे हैं। उसका सामर्थ्य की गाथा लिखने में मदद करने वाले हुंडई और एनडीटीवी इसलिए अभिनंदन के अधिकारी हैं। जहां से कुछ मिलता है उसको तो सब कुछ पूछता है, लेकिन किसी को सहयोग करके समर्थ करने के लिए तो मन से जिसमें सामर्थ्य होता है वही आगे आते हैं। और सामने में पढ़ रहा हूं, समर्थ है हर दिल जीत लेंगे। सभी व्यक्ति में अपार शक्ति छुपी हुई होती है और मुझे एहसास हुआ, मैंने अनुभव करा एक पेरिस ओलंपिक्स के दरमियान जब जा रहे थे, तब मैंने उसका हौसला देखा था, उसका उत्साह देखा था और कहते थे कि साहब हम देश का नाम बड़ा करके आएंगे, देश का गौरव बढ़ा के आएंगे। जब वो वापस आया तो जो हमारा रियो ओलंपिक्स में 6 मेडल था, 6 में से 16 हुआ टोक्यो में और पेरिस में 29 मेडल के साथ हिंदुस्तान का गौरव बढ़ाया। देश का गौरव बढ़ाने के लिए मेरे पैरा एथलीट्स भी इतना ही मायना रखता है जितना और कोई रखता हो, तो छोटी बात नहीं है। और इसलिए प्रधानमंत्री जी ने हमको निर्देश दिया था कि हमारे एथलीट और पैरा एथलीट्स दोनों को एक समान सम्मान मिलना चाहिए और समाज में हम असमानता नहीं रख सकते हैं। हमें होलिस्टिक अप्रोच के साथ, ये देश बहुत बड़ा देश है, इंडिया इज ए बिग कंट्री, ह्यूज डाइवर्सिटी, 1.4 बिलियन पॉपुलेशन, बड़ा देश है, बहुत विविधता है। ये विविधता में रही हुई शक्ति का हमें उपयोग करना है, उसको अपॉर्चुनिटी देनी है। इसलिए जो सुविधा अन्य एथलीट को मिलती है, अन्य लोगों को मिलती है, नॉट ओनली फॉर स्पोर्ट्स बट ऑल टाइप ऑफ सेक्टर, हमारे दिव्यांग जनों को भी मिले, उसके लिए हर संभव प्रयास करा जाता है। उसको एडिशनल विशेष सुविधा के साथ हमें मदद करने की हमारी नॉट ओनली फॉर गवर्नमेंट बट सोसाइटी, ऑल सोसाइटी हमारी जिम्मेवारी है, ये हमारा दायित्व है। ये आज के कार्यक्रम से किया हुआ प्रोत्साहन मेरे दिव्यांग जनों को बहुत शक्ति देगा, उसको प्रोत्साहित करेगा, उसमें रही हुई शक्ति को बाहर लाने के लिए उसको प्रेरणा मिलेगी। इस हिसाब से, इस दृष्टि से मेरे मन में इस कार्यक्रम का बहुत महत्व है। हम सब लोग अपना दायित्व अदा करते हुए हमारे दिव्यांग जनों का ख्याल रखें, उसको प्रोत्साहित करें, उसका हौसला बढ़ाएं, उसको हर संभव लगना चाहिए। सोसाइटी विथ अस, सोसाइटी हमारे साथ है, यही संकल्प को आप लोगों ने आगे दोहराया है। आप सबको मेरी ओर से हार्दिक शुभकामनाएं। धन्यवाद।
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आपका मनसुख मंडाविया जी, बहुत धन्यवाद आपके इस तमाम प्रोत्साहन के लिए। हमें उम्मीद है कि इससे बहुत प्रोत्साहित होंगे वो तमाम लोग जो यहाँ पर आज मौजूद हैं।
Download any single ID partner app, link your card and earn reward with top brand.
तालियों के साथ हम स्वागत करेंगे आदरणीय मोदी जी का।
छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की। Corruption first, आमचा अजेंडा आहे नेशन फर्स्ट.
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं.
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही. त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा महाराष्ट्रवाद.
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त आहेत. पण का मिळत नाही? राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे.
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं की त्यांच्याच खिशातले पैसे चालले. शेतकऱ्यांना मोफत वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From maximum city, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
This week on India Ascends.
Why Canada and US probe on Khalistani terrorists have taken different trajectories. Dr. Jaishankar speaks terror to Pakistan on Pakistani soil. What's the future of the India-Pakistan relationship? Why IBM thinks India is the next AI capital of the world.
All this and more only on India Ascends with me, Gaurie Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
In a world of shifting power dynamics, India stands tall as a global force. Join us at the NDTV World Summit 2024, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will unveil his transformative vision for the India century. Be a part of a summit of thought leaders and visionaries, shaping the world's future. NDTV World Summit, October 21st and 22nd on the NDTV network.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
तालियों के साथ हम स्वागत करेंगे आदरणीय मोदी जी का।
छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की. Corruption first, आमचा अजेंडा आहे नेशन फर्स्ट.
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं.
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही. त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा महाराष्ट्रवाद.
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त आहेत. पण का मिळत नाही? राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे.
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं की त्यांच्याच खिशातले पैसे चालले. शेतकऱ्यांना मोफत वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
This week on India Ascents.
Why Canada and US probe on Khalistani terrorists have taken different trajectories. Dr. Jaishankar speaks terror to Pakistan on Pakistani soil. What's the future of the India-Pakistan?
और अब समय है कि हम उन तमाम लोगों को सम्मानित भी करें जो यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं और जिनके लिए ये प्रोत्साहन बहुत बहुत ज़रूरी है. तो इनके नाम बहुत सारी उपलब्धियाँ हैं. इन्होंने बहुत सारे नेशनल, कॉन्टिनेंटल और ग्लोबल स्तर पर विष्णु बहुत सारे सम्मान जीते हैं और गौरवान्वित किया है हमारे देश को. इस साल हंडे की पहल समर्थ ने 26 प्रतिभाशाली पैरा एथलीट्स को समर्थन दिया, अपना सहयोग दिया और इनमें से 7 खिलाड़ी हाल ही में हुए पेरिस ओलंपिक में जो भारतीय दल गया था वो उसका हिस्सा थे और उन्होंने देश का नाम कितना रोशन किया ये हमने देखा. तो आज हम उनके शानदार प्रदर्शन की सराहना कर रहे हैं और उन्हें सम्मानित कर रहे हैं और इसके लिए हम एक बार फिर से स्टेज पर आमंत्रित करना चाहेंगे. आई वुड लाइक टू इनवाइट बैक अप ऑन स्टेज मिस्टर अंशु किम, मिस्टर तरुण गर्ग and Mr. J.T. Park from Hyundai Motor India Limited.
We're also delighted to invite the Honourable Minister one more time, Mr. Mandavia, if you can just join us as we get this entire program all started. Sir, please.
हमारे पहले पैरा एथलीट एक डिस्कस थ्रोअर हैं. ये 2022 पैरा एशियाई खेलों में रजत पदक विजेता हैं. विश्व चैंपियनशिप में ये 2 बार सिल्वर मेडल जीत चुके हैं और पैरालंपिक्स में ये 2 बार सिल्वर मेडल अपने नाम कर चुके हैं और इनमें से एक सिल्वर मेडल इन्होंने इसी साल पेरिस में जीता है. इनका नाम है योगेश कठुनिया.
A big round of applause, everybody. Come. मनसुख भाई.
योगेश जी, आप आग्रह करूंगी कि आप यहाँ पर स्टेज पे हों और एक सवाल है आपके लिए कि आपने इतनी अच्छी अभी उपलब्धि आपकी रही है और आपने कामयाबी हासिल की है. आपको लगता है कि पैरालंपिक्स की जो सूरत है भारत में वो बहुत बदली है जिसकी वजह से इतना अच्छा प्रदर्शन रहा इस बार?
काफ़ी ज़्यादा जैसे मतलब सपोर्ट बहुत ज़्यादा बढ़ा है. जो पहले नहीं देखा जाता था, चाहे आप पहले के सालों में देखो तो, और मीडिया भी जैसे NDTV है तो अब वो मैं देख रहा हूँ 1 साल से तो रेगुलर सेलिब्रेट कर रही है पैरालंपिक्स को. ऐसी क्योंकि मीडिया और लोगों का बहुत ज़्यादा सपोर्ट चाहिए. जब तक उनकी तरफ हम मतलब पहुँचेगी नहीं चीज़ें और सारी चीज़ों के बारे में पता नहीं चलेगा तब तक और ज़्यादा इंक्लूसिविटी नहीं बढ़ेगी इंडिया में. तो जब मैं जुड़ा था प्रोग्राम से तो एक विज़न था जो बहुत ज़्यादा अच्छा था और ऐसी अगर काफ़ी सारे कॉर्पोरेट्स और भी आएंगे और भी अच्छा विज़न बन सकता है इंडिया का. थैंक यू.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Our next athlete is a para archer. Need I say any more? Well, she has created a record of or a first of some kind in practically every international event that she has participated in. From the World Archery Para Championships to the Asian Para Games and now the Paris Paralympics, where her bronze medal makes her India's youngest Paralympic medalist and the only second armless archer in the history to win a Paralympic medal. We are talking about Sheetal Devi. And receiving the award on her behalf is Mr. Satyanarayan, Chief Coach, Paralympic Committee of India.
थैंक यू सो मच, थैंक यू। और शीतल जी हमारे साथ जुड़ रही हैं जूम के माध्यम से। मैं आपसे एक सवाल करना चाहूँगी। शीतल, आप हमें सुन सकती हैं? आपने बहुत सारे रिकॉर्ड्स तोड़े हैं, तो अब आपको क्या लग रहा है, अगला लक्ष्य क्या है?
नमस्ते मैम, जय माता दी। अगला लक्ष्य यही है कि बस मैं यहाँ तक तो अच्छा करके आई हूँ कि यहाँ से आगे भी वैसे ही अच्छा करूँ जैसे आज तक मैंने किया है।
जी जी, थैंक यू सो मच। बहुत शुक्रिया आपका हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए।
इनफैक्ट हर सफल महिला के पीछे एक और महिला होती है। हमें आज ना सिर्फ शीतल को बल्कि उनकी कोच अभिलाषा चौधरी को भी सम्मानित करते हुए बहुत खुशी महसूस हो रही है।
जी, हमारे साथ अभिलाषा जी भी जुड़ी हुई हैं। आपको क्या लगता है, ये जो इतनी शानदार कामयाबी इनकी रही है, इसके पीछे किस तरह की मेहनत रही?
नमस्ते। सबसे पहले तो मैं धन्यवाद करती हूँ कि आज ये जो समर के इवेंट किया जा रहा है और समर्थ जो एक ऐसी पहल हुई है जिससे बहुत से खिलाड़ियों को एक सपोर्ट मिल रहा है। और शीतल को जब इस प्रोग्राम से जोड़ा गया था तो इसके नाम में ही वो चीज़ थी कि समर्थ। सो कहीं ना कहीं ये बहुत बड़ा इनिशिएटिव है और इसका बहुत ज़्यादा इफेक्ट प्लेयर्स पे दिखाई देगा।
Our next para-athlete also has many firsts to her name. She became the first para-canoe sprint athlete to represent India at the Paralympic Games when she competed at the 2020 Games in Tokyo. She became the first Indian to win a gold in canoeing at the Asian Para Games in 2022. She was also a part of the Indian contingent in Paris. Please welcome Prachi Yadav.
आप हमारे जब पहले शो में आई थी, जब लॉन्च शो में आई थी हंडे की, तो हमें याद है इन्होंने कहा था कि किसी को विश्वास नहीं था, आपके परिवार हो या आपके आसपास के लोग, कि आप कुछ भी कर पाएंगी। और जब आप इतना कुछ आज अचीव कर पाई हैं, तो किस तरह से उनका एटीट्यूड, उनका नज़रिया बदला है?
मैम, जब मैंने स्टडी स्टार्ट करने का सोचा था तो मैं एक नॉर्मल स्कूल में गई थी कि मुझे एडमिशन मिले, बट उन्होंने मुझे लेने से ही मना कर दिया था। उन्होंने बोला था कि आपका जो स्थिति है आप कैसे करोगे। तो एक अमर ज्योति करके चैरिटेबल ट्रस्ट स्कूल है ग्वालियर में, उन लोगों ने मुझे एडमिशन दिया था और वहाँ से वो मुझे एक्वा थेरेपी कराते थे, तो तैराकी सिखाते थे। वहाँ से मेरा स्पोर्ट्स का जर्नी स्टार्ट हुआ था। तो रिश्तेदारों को लगता था कि ये कुछ नहीं कर सकती है, लेकिन मेरे फादर को मेरे पे विश्वास था कि मैं अगर अपनी बेटी को सपोर्ट करूँगा तो वो कुछ भी कर सकती है। तो जब मैंने स्पोर्ट स्टार्ट किया और मैं बाहर निकली शहर से, तो मैंने सोचा कि मेरे को ऐसा करना है कि लोग मुझे जाने। और मेरी मेहनत में कभी कमी नहीं रही, चाहे आप लास्ट पैरालंपिक जो पेरिस में हुआ था, आपको बताना चाहूँगी मुझे एक सीरियस इंजरी हो रखी है। 5 महीने से मेरा लेफ़्ट आई बिल्कुल ख़राब हो चुका है, मुझे दिख नहीं रहा था, बट मुझे ये था कि मुझे पार्टिसिपेट करना है और अपने देश को रिप्रेजेंट करना है। तो मैंने बैंडेज लगाकर पूरा रेस कंप्लीट किया और मैं फाइनल ए में घुसी, तो मेरे लिए ये बहुत बड़ा अचीवमेंट है। हो सकता है इस बार मेरा किस्मत ख़राब है, मेरा मेडल चूक गया, बट अगले LA 2028 में मैं पूरा कोशिश करूंगी कि अपने देश के लिए गोल्ड मेडल लेकर आऊं।
क्या बात है। थैंक यू सो मच। थैंक यू सो मच। बहुत मुबारक हो आपको और ऑल द बेस्ट आगे के लिए। थैंक यू।
हमारी अगली पैरा एथलीट भी एक डिस्कस थ्रोअर हैं। पिछले साल उन्होंने राष्ट्रीय चैंपियनशिप में एक नहीं, दो नहीं, बल्कि 3 इवेंट्स डिस्कस, शॉटपुट और जैवलिन में नेशनल रिकॉर्ड बनाया है। ये एशियन पैरा गेम्स की ब्रॉन्ज मेडलिस्ट हैं और पेरिस में भारतीय दल का हिस्सा भी रही हैं। जोरदार तालियों से स्वागत करें साक्षी कसाना का।
Congratulations, Sakshi. Come, please. Come right to the front. Congratulations, Sakshi. I had a quick question for you. Paris would have been a pretty overwhelming experience at one stage. What was your big learning experience?
पेरिस में लाइक जाके मेरे को बहुत कुछ सीखने को मिला। मेरा ये फर्स्ट पैरालंपिक्स था, तो यहाँ पे मेरी परफॉर्मेंस इतनी अच्छी नहीं रही। मैं अपना पर्सनल बेस्ट नहीं दे पाई यहाँ पर, तो मैंने अपने सीनियर से बहुत कुछ सीखा। लाइक देवेंद्र जजारिया सर मेरे को मिले एक दिन, उन्होंने बैठ के मुझे समझाया कि ये तो पहला है और इसके आगे और भी अच्छे से मेहनत करनी है और भी अच्छा कर सकती है। तो मतलब मुझे उनकी सारी स्टोरीज इतनी इंस्पायरिंग है सब लोगों की। जैसे मेरा एक फ्रेंड है योगेश कतूनिया और दीपा मलिक मैम, ये सब लोग इतना इंस्पायर करते हैं। इनकी खुद एक स्टोरी इतनी अच्छी है कि मतलब इससे अच्छा कोई और मोटिवेशन हो ही नहीं सकता।
And you motivate all of us. Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Just 2 years ago, she feared she would never play again because of a bone tumor. But a year after her diagnosis, she was winning a bronze medal at the World Para Badminton Championships. She was the youngest qualifier in para badminton at the Tokyo Paralympics, and she has just come back from Paris. She is Palak Kohli.
We have a
आपसे बस
question
एक
for you.
सवाल है। जब आपका ये डायग्नोज हुआ था ट्यूमर, तो बहुत सारे लोगों ने ये कहा था कि आपका करियर खत्म हो गया है। आपको कभी ये संशय था और किस तरह से ये वापसी जो है वो कितनी मुश्किल थी?
Like talking about my comeback, I think in general also when we human beings go through some diseases or some up and downs, we are very afraid. And a disease like bone tumor, it's like, and when I got to diagnosed by that, and I was very afraid and I didn't knew what life had next for me. So it was very challenging to think of playing a sport at that level, and badminton being a game which requires a lot of strength, agility, endurance and everything. So I was very worried and I was afraid. But since Tokyo, when I finished 4th in the Tokyo Paralympic Games, I always had my eye up to Paris. So that was something that I didn't want to give up on. And with God's grace and blessing, I overcame the surgery and then I recovered. And I had little complication in my leg of post that and little health issues which come on and off. But I think it's me of never giving up, and I think it's a lot of support that I've got from my family in those hard times. My coaches, Gaurie sir, and the entire academy in Lucknow. And after 1.5 years from my surgery, I came back to my very first tournament in Brazil, which was a Paralympic qualification event, where I met all the top-ranking athletes in the world, and I beat the world number 3 in the very first tournament of my comeback, and I was there back on the podium. And
we have no doubt you win gold next time as well. So we look forward to that.
yes, definitely. I think God's grace, and I finished 5th this year in the Paralympics, but definitely I'm looking forward for LA 28 and other major tournaments coming up.
All the best to you. Congratulations. And what an amazing, inspirational story.
Thank you so much.
अपनी पहली ही राष्ट्रीय प्रतियोगिता में उन्होंने सिल्वर और दूसरी में गोल्ड मेडल जीता है। खास बात यह है कि उन्होंने सिर्फ 3 साल पहले ही पैरा स्पोर्ट्स में कदम रखा है। मिलिए दीपेश कुमार से, जो पैरालंपियन हैं और एक नेशनल चैंपियन है।
आपने बहुत हाल में ही शुरुआत की है पैरा स्पोर्ट्स की, 3 साल पहले के करीब में, और बहुत ही आपने शानदार कामयाबी हासिल की। बहुत अविश्वसनीय है कि इतने कम समय में, और अब सुनते हैं कि आप पैरालिफ्टिंग में भी जाना चाहते थे, फिर आप जैवलिन की तरफ आपने रुख कर लिया। कैसे, किसने प्रेरित किया आपको?
मैंने जब सोचा था कि मैं गेम में जाना चाहता हूँ, तो पहले मैंने सोचा था कि मैं पावर लिफ्टिंग करूँगा। तो मेरे फादर बोलते थे कि नहीं, ये मत कर, तू दूसरा गेम कर, क्योंकि बिकॉज फ्रॉम सिंस स्टार्टिंग आई वॉज डूइंग जिम, सो मेरी बॉडी काफ़ी अच्छी थी। तो सब मेरे पेरेंट्स ने ही, स्पेशली माई मदर, ही इज़ माई बैकबोन आई थिंक, उन्होंने ही मेरे को स्टार्टिंग से जेवलिन उन्होंने ही सिखाया, उन्होंने ही कराया। जब मैं साई में आया, फिर वहाँ पे मेरे को वर्ल्ड क्लास फैसिलिटीज़ मिली। फिर उसके बाद मेरे को समर्थ भाई हुंडई ने स्पॉन्सर किया दिस ईयर। इसी से ही मेरी जर्नी यहाँ से स्टार्ट होती है। और थैंक यू
so much. Many congratulations to you. Thank you.
Our next para athlete has participated in the World Para Kayaking Championship and won multiple medals at the Asian Para Kayaking Championship. He is also a 3-time gold medalist at the national level, and he's just come back from the Paralympics in Paris. Please welcome Yash Kumar.
Yash, I had a question for you. Upper body strength is something that's so important for kayaking.
Yes.
How many hours a day do you actually work out and practice? Give us an idea of your routine.
जैसा कि गेम है, डिफ़िकल्ट वाटर स्पोर्ट्स है, तो प्रैक्टिस तो खैर हमें काफ़ी ज़्यादा ही करनी पड़ती है। बट मेरा 7 आवर सुबह के 3 घंटे और शाम के 3-4 घंटे हमारे नॉर्मल है कि हमें देने ही पड़ते हैं। तो
आप कभी रेस्ट लेते हैं?
Yes, sir.
आप कभी रेस्ट लेते हैं या हफ्ते में 7 दिन ही एक्सरसाइज करते, वर्कआउट करते हैं?
संडे जैसे ऑफ रहता है तो संडे हम रेस्ट, लेकिन हाँ संडे में भी हम कुछ ना कुछ करते ही रहते हैं एक्टिविटीज़, क्योंकि अगर बॉडी को रेस्ट देंगे तो फिर उस मूवमेंट में लाने में फिर थोड़ा समय लग जाएगा। तो हम लोग थोड़ा करते ही रहते हैं कुछ ना कुछ। और टाइम पीरियड भी, जैसे कि पहला पैरा ओलंपिक था जिसमें मेरे फादर एक्सपायर हो गए, तो परफॉर्मेंस में काफ़ी अच्छा नहीं कर पाया। बट मैंने टारगेट लिया हुआ 2028 में अपने देश को मेडल दिला के ही रहूँगा। और
Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you all very much. And if I can just ask you to take your seats. Mandavya ji, do stay with us. We've got a little bit more with you, but it's all fascinating. Nagma?
Yeah. The Hyundai Motor India Foundation is the CSR arm of Hyundai Motor India Limited, partnered with Samarthanam Trust for the Disabled and the Cricket Association for the Blind in India to support blind county in the country, and with Go Sports Foundation to support para sports. So we would now like to call up Deepti Papaya, CEO, Go Sports Foundation, and Shailendra Yadav, General Secretary, Cricket Association for the Blind in India.
We'd also like to invite Deepa Malik, the first Indian woman to win a Paralympic medal for India. Her foundation, Wheeling Happiness also worked with Samar by Hyundai in their endeavor to support India's para-athletes.
Deepa ma'am.
Deepa, can you come up onto the stage? Welcome back. I had a question for Deepti. You know, getting the number of Paralympians that we have had this time around, the medals that they won has been absolutely incredible. And we've seen the strength of our performance improve from games to games, from the Olympics to the Olympics. Realistically speaking, what are our targets for next time?
Congratulations to Hyundai. I remember it's 1 year since this
Yes,
whole thing
since we
started, so it's a lovely, warm feeling that to see the amount of work. So congratulations to the entire team. I think the Paralympic journey has grown from strength to strength. I had the good fortune of being at Rio with Deepa, as part of the program and seeing the first woman, break that record, break those barriers. And from the way we have grown through medals and through thought and through the narrative, I don't think today people are saying para-athletes cannot win medals. I think that has changed, the belief has changed, and also stakeholders. I mean, there is the Target Olympic Podium Scheme, the ministry has come forward, SAI has come forward. So all key stakeholders are working together, and companies like Hyundai have said that we are looking at inclusion because it's the right thing to do.
Sure.
And it is not that we'll also support from a sympathy angle. So I think that has been a very, very big change, and such platforms need to be doubled and grown year on year. So congratulations.
You can count on that. Shailinda, I had a question for you. Blind cricket has really taken on, it's caught the fancy of so many people across the country. Tell us what more can be done to promote blind cricket in India, number one. And number two, the Samarth experience for you in blind cricket, how did that work?
Thank you, first of all, to inviting to us. And I would like to also congratulate to all the para-athletes to win the 29 golds. And I know how much hard work and the Honorable Prime Ministers and the Honorable Sports Minister, sir, and Samar, Hyundai has put lot of efforts to bring this 29. It started in 1990, blind cricket in India, and we continuously defeated by the, all the dominating cricket countries. Honorable Prime Minister, sir, Sri Narendra Modi ji, when we won the 4th ODI, first time India won the World Cup in 2014 in Cape Town. And when we reach India, Honorable Prime Minister, sir, has invited entire team at his house and spent more than 1 hour with my entire team. That was a day when in blind cricket, history written by the Honorable Prime Minister and my cricketers, when Hyundai come forward. So it's not only they decide to do just a formality or, that the 2% of the CSR and just, okay, take it the money and go. They come to promote us, they come to awareness for the society. Till the society will not know us, जब तक वो हमें नहीं जानेगी, नहीं पहचानेगी, हमारी क्षमता को कभी भी नहीं पहचाना जाएगा. जो NDTV ने और जो समर्थ ने जो दोनों ने साथ आके ब्लाइंड क्रिकेट के साथ जो चमत्कार किया है, आज हमारे सोशल मीडिया पे आप फॉलोअर्स देखोगे, वो एक अपने आप इम्पैक्ट है.
दीपा जी, आपको बहुत फक्र होगा, गर्व होगा कि इतने सारे एथलीट्स, आपके एथलीट्स इतना अच्छा कर रहे हैं. एक एलीट लेवल पे जो एथलीट्स खेलते हैं, प्रदर्शन करते हैं, जाते हैं, उनको किस तरह के सपोर्ट की ज़रूरत होती है, और समर्थ बाय हांडे जैसी जो ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस जो काम कर रही हैं, जो पहल है, वो कहाँ पे मदद कर सकती है?
देखिए, ये अपने आप में एक सबूत है. दिस इज़ अ प्रूफ that from 1968 to 2016, the total number of medals were 12. But from 2016 onwards, now if I take the 2 Paralympics alone, 2020 Tokyo and 2024 Paris, we have won 48 medals. So that's the growth, and the growth is itself a testimony, अपने आप में सबूत है कि elite level पे to craft and nurture the talent and to take them from being a participation level athlete to a medal winning athlete. We need inclusive policies. We need support of various funding programs. We need nutrition, science, mental well-being introduced, sports sciences being used, and very international and professional level of prosthetics to be used, the correct assistive aids and equipment to be used for them to practice. Samarth has given us also that wind beneath our wings to add these facilities for, these personalized, customized requirements for the athletes.
थैंक यू सो मच और मैं आप सभी से रिक्वेस्ट करना चाहूँगी कि अपनी अपनी सीट्स ग्रहण करें और मंडावा जी आखिरी फेलिसिटेशन है, आपको स्टेज पे रोकना चाहूँगी और आप सब लोग प्लीज़ अपनी सीट्स लें। मैं मंच पर एक बार फिर से आमंत्रित करना चाहूँगी Hyundai मोटर इंडिया लिमिटेड से मिस्टर अंशु किम, मिस्टर तरुण गर्ग और मिस्टर JT पार्क।
This is to give a special memento to the Honourable Minister who's taken his time to come over here. And it means the world to us, sir, that you are here for this occasion.
Thank you, everyone. I would now like to invite Mr. JT Park, Executive Director, Sales and Marketing, Hyundai Motor India Limited, to address our gathered Paralympians.
Namaste. On behalf of Hyundai Motor India Limited, I would like to congratulate all the Paralympians for a wonderful feat you have achieved, especially Sheetal and Yogesh. Your performance have made a bullseye in everyone's heart. You are all truly Samar's champions. Sports is not just a game. It is a medium that inspires, a medium that brings people together, a medium that empowers, and a medium that has the power to drive changes. And this is what Hyundai Motor India Limited aims to do, to drive a positive change in the society, to make a world barrier-free and inclusive for people with disabilities. We believe India has thousands of sporting prodigies waiting to be discovered. And we are resolved to nurture talent and bring out inspirational stories of many more such champions through Samar's by Hyundai initiative. We'll continue to support people with disability in sports, be it parasports and blind cricket. We hope we all come together to support our champions in bringing more laurels for India. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. JT Park. Ladies and gentlemen, you're watching the season-ending show of Samarth by Hyundai. We have come to the end of the first session, but there is a lot more coming after a very, very short break, so don't go anywhere.
In a world of shifting power dynamics, India stands tall as a global force. Join us at the NDTV World Summit 2024, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will unveil his transformative vision for the India century. Be a part of a summit of thought leaders and visionaries, shaping the world's future. NDTV World Summit, October 21st and 22nd on the NDTV network.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
तालियों के साथ हम स्वागत करेंगे आदरणीय मोदी जी का।
छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की।
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं.
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही. त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा महाराष्ट्रवाद.
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त आहेत. पण का भरत नाही? राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे.
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं की त्यांच्याच खिशातले पैसे चालले. शेतकऱ्यांना मोफत वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. In a world of shifting power dynamics, India stands tall as a global force. Join us at the NDTV World Summit 2024, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will unveil his transformative vision for the India century. Be a part of a summit of thought leaders and visionaries, shaping the world's future. NDTV World Summit, October 21st and 22nd on the NDTV network.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
तालियों के साथ हम स्वागत करेंगे आदरणीय मोदी जी का।
छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की.
करप्शन फर्स्ट. आमचा अजेंडा आहे नेशन फर्स्ट.
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं.
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही. त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा महाराष्ट्रवाद.
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त आहेत. पण का भरत नाही? राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे.
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं की त्यांच्याच खिशातले पैसे चालले. शेतकऱ्यांना मोफत वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi. NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. In a world of shifting power dynamics, India stands tall as a global force. Join us at the NDTV World Summit 2024, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will unveil his transformative vision for the India century. Be a part of a summit of thought leaders and visionaries. Shaping the world's future, NDTV World Summit, October 21st and 22nd on the NDTV network.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you
नमस्कार, आप सभी का एक बार फिर स्वागत है। आज सुबह हमने आपको समर्थ सर्वे के माध्यम से तैयार किए गए चार्टर ऑफ रिकमेंडेशंस यानी सुझावों के चार्टर की जानकारी दी। ये सर्वे इस साल 20 शहरों में कराया गया था। इस सर्वे का मकसद सिर्फ एक ही था कि हमें ये जानकारी मिल सके कि हमारे पब्लिक प्लेसेस जैसे कि हमारे अस्पताल, स्कूल, कॉलेज, मॉल्स, पार्क्स, सिनेमा हॉल्स आदि में हमारे दिव्यांगजनों के लिए कितने सुलभ व्यवस्था है, यानी वो कितने एक्सेसिबल हैं। हम आपको ये भी बता दें कि इस पहल ने एक और ज़रूरी दस्तावेज़ भी तैयार किया है, स्टेट ऑफ डिसेबिलिटी यानी भारत में दिव्यांगजनों पर एक श्वेत पत्र। इस पर वाइट पेपर में समर्थ इनिशिएटिव के पिछले एक साल के अनुभव और साथ ही उस अनुभव से जो कुछ हमने ज़मीन पर सीखा हमारे सर्वे के नतीजों के साथ शामिल किया गया है।
Well, I'd now like to call up on stage someone who's been instrumental in not just putting this document together, but also in the Samar by Hyundai initiative in general. Nipun Malhotra is a real inspiration to all of us. He's the CEO and founder of the Nipman Foundation. He joins us on stage. We're also happy to have in the audience today Parajita Bharti, co-founder of the Young Leaders for Active Citizenship, or YLAC. YLAC and Nipman Foundation co-authored this document in partnership with Samar. It really does have wonderful insights. Come join us, and recommendations that could aid disability-conscious policy making. Sikta.
निपुण, आप हमारे पहले दिन से इस इनिशिएटिव से जुड़े रहे और आज एक साल पूरे हो रहे हैं। क्या बदलाव देखा आपने? कितना असर हमारे इस पहल ने डाला है?
I think I would like to congratulate both Hyundai and NDTV for this campaign. I think इस campaign ने काफ़ी change लाया attitudes of persons with disabilities के लिए. Because पहले क्या होता था that जब disability मीडिया में कवर होती थी, it was only covered कि अगर कोई स्कूल टॉप कर रहा है, कोई कॉलेज टॉप कर रहा है, या कोई एग्जाम क्लियर कर लिया किसी ने, इंग्लिश में एक टर्म होती है इंस्पिरेशन पॉर्न या फील गुड फैक्टर अराउंड डिसेबिलिटी, खाली वही होता था। आई थिंक विद दिस कैंपेन पहली बार इश्यूज रिलेटेड टू डिसेबिलिटी कवर किए गए हैं, whether it's in terms of infrastructure, education, employment, sports, as you saw earlier today. So I would really like to congratulate NDTV and Hyundai for this Samarth campaign.
Parajita, in terms of preparing the white paper, could you tell us what that experience has been? What does some of the data suggest?
Congratulations to everyone involved in this initiative. I think for us, so our organization is Young Leaders for Active Citizenship. It's very important for everybody to recognize disability as something that the entire society needs to work on. And through this paper, the idea was to bring a whole of society approach so that we are not just talking about physical infrastructure, we are also talking about digital infrastructure, because as the economy is changing, how are people able to access opportunities is changing very rapidly. So I think those were some of the interesting things that were less talked about before, but we were able to bring out some of those barriers as well that we are seeing even in the digital economy and not
Right.
just physical
आप दोनों का
infrastructure.
बहुत शुक्रिया, आप
Wonderful,
लगातार इस
Aparajita.
पहल से विष्णु जुड़े रहे दोनों.
What we'd like to now do is very special and in a sense a great deal of what this entire program is all about. We'd like to invite on stage Mr. Ansu Kim, Mr. Tarun Garg, Mr. J.T. Park of Hyundai Motor India Limited, also Mr. Sanjay Pogalia, our editor-in-chief.
और हम अनुरोध करेंगे माननीय केंद्रीय मंत्री यूनियन मिनिस्टर फॉर सोशल जस्टिस एंड एम्पावरमेंट डॉक्टर वीरेंद्र कुमार को कि वो मंच पर आए. हम आपको दिव्यांगजनों पर चार्टर ऑफ रिकमेंडेशंस के साथ साथ पहली बार एक व्हाइट पेपर भी सौंपना चाहते हैं. लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, प्लीज वेलकम यूनियन मिनिस्टर डॉक्टर वीरेंद्र कुमार.
And in a sense, this white paper is so much about what this entire effort is all about. What the expectations are, will these be realized?
मंत्री जी, आपसे अनुरोध है कि आप हमारे साथ मंच पर बने रहिए. वीरेंद्र जी, बहुत शुक्रिया, आपने इस पहल के लिए वक्त निकाला है. आप 1 साल से इस पहल से जुड़े हुए हैं. हमारे इनॉग्रल इवेंट में वीरेंद्र जी आप आए थे और आज 1 साल इस इनिशिएटिव को पूरा हो रहा है. हम स्वागत करते हैं आपका इस कार्यक्रम में. इस 1 साल में आपने इस मंत्रालय की जिम्मेदारी एक बार फिर संभाली है. क्या बदलाव हो रहा है ज़मीन पर?
सबसे पहले तो मैं धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूँ. मैं जब आकर यहाँ पर बैठा, मेरी दृष्टि जब सामने स्क्रीन पर गई, मंजिल उनकी साथ हमारा. दिव्यांगजनों के सशक्तिकरण के लिए केंद्र सरकार लगातार अपनी विभिन्न गतिविधियों के माध्यम से उनके सामाजिक, आर्थिक, शैक्षिक सशक्तिकरण की दिशा में अनेक अभियानों को आगे बढ़ाने का काम कर रही है. लेकिन उसमें आपकी संस्था के द्वारा, समर्थ के द्वारा, हुंडई के द्वारा ये जो शुरुआत की गई है, यह अपने आप में काफ़ी दिव्यांगजनों के सशक्तिकरण के क्षेत्र में उनका उत्साहवर्धन करने, ऊर्जावर्धन करने के क्षेत्र में काफ़ी शक्तिवान साबित होगी. आपने जो बात कही है पिछले 1 वर्ष में, तो हमने विभिन्न मंत्रालयों, विभागों के साथ में जो दिव्यांगजन नियमावली है, उस नियमावली के 15वें भाग के अंतर्गत सुगम्यता से संबंधित, दिव्यांगों के लिए सुगम्यता से संबंधित मानकों और विनिर्देशों को उनको समावेश करने का काम किया गया, जिसमें 38 भवनों को पूरी तरह से सुगम्य बनाया गया. साथ ही साथ 14 तीर्थ स्थलों का सुगम्यता ऑडिट भी कराया गया. और सुगम्यता ऑडिट के काम को ठीक ढंग से, बेहतर ढंग से करने के लिए लेखा परीक्षकों की नियुक्तियां और उसमें फिर लेखा परीक्षकों का ट्रेनिंग के प्रोग्राम भी चलाने की दिशा में उस काम को भी आगे बढ़ाया हम लोगों ने.
जी
विपुल, आपके पास भी सवाल है.
सर, पिछले 10 साल में चीज़ें तो काफ़ी आगे बढ़ी हैं. एक एक्सेसिबल इंडिया कैंपेन शुरू हुआ था, राइट्स ऑफ पर्सन विद डिसेबिलिटीज एक्ट 2016 भी आया है, जिसने ये बोला था कि 5 साल में सब पब्लिक बिल्डिंग्स एक्सेसिबल हो जाएंगी. पर एक्सेसिबिलिटी की चैलेंज अभी भी रहती है. काफ़ी बिल्डिंग्स अभी भी पूरी तरीके से एक्सेसिबल हुई नहीं है. मेरे को पता है अपना एक्सेसिबल इंडिया कैंपेन 2 भी अब शुरू कर रहे हैं. तो कब तक आपको लगता है कि पूरा पब्लिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर एक्सेसिबल हो जाएगा और अब क्या कर रहे हैं उसको अचीव करने के लिए?
ये आपने बहुत अच्छा प्रश्न पूछा है. सुगम्यता के क्षेत्र में काम करना एक अनवरत, लगातार चलने वाला एक कार्य है. और देश के प्रधानमंत्री आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी के कुशल मार्गदर्शन में सुगम्य भारत अभियान की जो शुरुआत हुई, सुगम्य भारत अभियान के अंतर्गत आप चाहे इस होटल में आए हों तो आपने देखा होगा कि रैंप यहाँ पर दिखते हैं. आप एयरपोर्ट पर आप जाते हैं तो आज एयरपोर्ट पर भी रैंप दिखाई देते हैं, लिफ्ट दिखाई देते हैं, हैंडल्स दिखाई देते हैं. स्कूल भवनों में जाते हैं तो स्कूल भवनों में भी वहाँ पर रैंप बनाए जाते हैं. रेलवे स्टेशन के प्लेटफॉर्म पर, हॉस्पिटल में, शासकीय भवनों में, ऐसे सार्वजनिक महत्व के स्थानों पर एक शुरुआत हुई. और अधिकांश महत्वपूर्ण स्थानों पर आज दिव्यांगजनों को उनकी सुगम्यता को दृष्टिगत रखते हुए ये काम आज जहाँ प्रारंभ हुआ है, उसमें विभाग के द्वारा लगातार राज्य सरकारों के साथ में हमारी लगातार इस संबंध में बैठक होती रहती हैं। पिछली बार हमने त्रिपुरा में और केवड़िया मीटिंग की थी। अभी इसी महीने आगरे में फिर हमने देश के विभिन्न राज्यों के मंत्रियों के साथ में, वहाँ के दिव्यांगता से संबंधित विभागों के जो मंत्री हैं और उनके जो सचिव हैं, उन सचिवों के साथ में 2 दिन का मंथन कार्यक्रम किया, जिसमें दिव्यांगजनों के सशक्तिकरण के लिए सुगम्यता के क्षेत्र में, शिक्षा, बुनियादी ढांचे, बाकी इन सब क्षेत्र में भी काफ़ी बेहतर ढंग से काम करने के लिए, क्योंकि ये काम केवल केंद्र सरकार के अकेले से नहीं होने वाला, इसमें केंद्र सरकार के साथ साथ राज्य सरकारों के बीच में सहभागिता आवश्यक है, एनजीओ की भी, गैर सरकारी संगठनों की, और जिस तरह से समर्थ ने ये शुरुआत की है, हुंडई ने समर्थ के कार्यक्रम के माध्यम से शुरुआत की है, इस तरह जब सभी समाज एक साथ चलेगा तो निश्चित रूप से एक दिन वो आएगा जो आपने बात रखी है, हम उस दिशा में निश्चित रूप से सफल होंगे।
सर आपने बहुत सही बोला कि खाली केंद्र सरकार नहीं, बट स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स, प्राइवेट सेक्टर, एनजीओस को भी आगे बहुत करना पड़ेगा इंडिया की कम्युनिटी को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए। बट सर केंद्रीय सरकार में भी अभी क्या होता है कि एक डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ डिसेबिलिटी अफेयर्स है मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ सोशल जस्टिस में, और लोगों को यही लगता है कि पूरी प्रॉब्लम्स उसी डिपार्टमेंट को एक सॉल्व करनी है, बट डिसेबिलिटी एक इतना इंटरसेक्शनल इशू है कि प्रॉब्लम उनकी हेल्थ की होती है, एजुकेशन की होती है, एम्प्लॉयमेंट की होती है, और बाकी मंत्रालयों को भी बहुत कुछ करना पड़ेगा फॉर दैट। तो बाकी जो मिनिस्टर्स हैं आपके, उनके लिए क्या मैसेज होगा आपको कि इंडिया पूरी तरीके से मेरी कम्युनिटी के लिए पूरी तरीके से फ्रेंडली बने?
मुझे आपके प्रश्न से बहुत प्रसन्नता हुई कि एक आपने एक जिम्मेवारी की भावनाओं के साथ में दिव्यांगता से संबंधित एक बहुत महत्वपूर्ण बिंदु को आपने इस प्लेटफॉर्म के माध्यम से आगे लाया है। वास्तव में दिव्यांगता हम सबके लिए सामूहिक रूप से एक साथ काम करने का क्षेत्र है, जिसमें चाहे वो शिक्षा की बात हो, स्वास्थ्य की बात हो, आवास की बात हो, उनके बुनियादी ढांचों के विकास की बात हो। केंद्र सरकार का जो हमारा सामाजिक न्याय विभाग का दिव्यांगजन सशक्तिकरण विभाग है, दिव्यांगजन सशक्तिकरण विभाग अपने विभाग के माध्यम से, चाहे उन शिक्षा की बात हो, चाहे उनकी स्कॉलरशिप की बात हो, उनके स्किल ट्रेनिंग की बात हो, उनको विशेष रोजगार मेले का आयोजन करके उनके रोजगार मेले के माध्यम से उनको रोजगार उपलब्ध कराने की बात हो, दिव्यांगता वित्त विकास निगम से उनको अपना उद्यम के क्षेत्र में आगे बढ़ाने की बात हो, हम इस दिशा में तो काम कर ही रहे हैं। इसके साथ ही साथ हम विभिन्न विभागों के साथ में भी लगातार इस दिशा में काम करके कि बाकी विभागों का भी इसमें सहयोग मिले, ताकि सब मिल करके दिव्यांगजनों को पूरी तरह से उनको उनके शैक्षणिक, सामाजिक, आर्थिक सशक्तिकरण का, उनको न केवल उनको सशक्त बनाने के लिए, बल्कि जब एक दिव्यांगजन सशक्त होता है तो उस दिव्यांगजन के सशक्त होने से परिवार सशक्त होता है, और परिवार के सशक्त होने से समाज सशक्त होता है, और जब समाज सशक्त होता है तो देश के प्रधानमंत्री आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी की भावना के अनुरूप जो विकसित भारत की परिकल्पना को लेकर आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री चल रहे हैं, उसमें सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास और सभी का सामूहिक प्रयास, उन सभी के सामूहिक प्रयासों में हमारे दिव्यांगजनों का भी सामूहिक प्रयास उसमें विकसित भारत की परिकल्पना को साकार करने में शामिल होगा।
सर, दिव्यांगजनों को एम्पावर करने के लिए प्राइवेट सेक्टर का क्या रोल होना चाहिए?
दिव्यांगजनों का, मैंने जैसा पूर्व में कहा कि दिव्यांगजनों के सशक्तिकरण में सभी के सहयोग की आवश्यकता है। उसमें हमारा जो उद्यमिता क्षेत्र है, उद्यमिता क्षेत्र और निजी क्षेत्र के लोगों को भी इसमें आगे आना पड़ेगा। इस दिशा में दिव्यांगता सशक्तिकरण विभाग ने स्टार्टअप और इस क्षेत्र में काम करने वाले संगठनों के साथ में 70 समझौता हस्ताक्षर इस दिशा में किए, ताकि दिव्यांगजनों के सशक्तिकरण के लिए काम को निजी क्षेत्र का भी सहयोग लेकर, उद्यमिता के क्षेत्र का भी सहयोग लेकर उसको ज़्यादा प्रभावी ढंग से क्रियान्वित किया जा सके।
वीरेंद्र जी, आपने इस पहल की तारीफ की। हम उम्मीद करते हैं कि आपने पिछले 1 सालों में इस पहल ने क्या क्या ज़मीन पर काम किया, उस पर भी आपकी नज़र रही होगी। ऐसे में ये बताइए कि इस तरह के पहल, चाहे वो अवेयरनेस क्रिएट करने को लेकर हो या फिर इम्प्लीमेंटेशन को लेकर, किस तरह का काम समर्थ जैसे पहल कर सकते हैं ज़मीन पर?
जिस तरह से हुंडई ने समर से शुरुआत की है, मंजिल उनकी साथ हमारा, अब उनको अवेयरनेस प्रोग्राम के साथ में जोड़ने के लिए, जागरूकता के साथ में जोड़ने के लिए हम जहां रेडियो, टेलीविज़न, सोशल मीडिया, इन सारे संसाधनों का उपयोग कर रहे हैं, वही साथ ही साथ मंत्रालय के द्वारा, चाहे वो दिव्य कला मेले की बात हो, चाहे दिव्य कला शक्ति की बात हो, और उन दिव्य कला मेलों में रोजगार मेलों के साथ में जोड़ने की बात हो, फिर एडिप योजना के अंतर्गत दिव्यांगजनों के लिए सहायक उपकरणों की बात हो, ये सब उनके अवेयरनेस के लिए, एक और जहाँ उनको सशक्त बनाने के लिए, सशक्त बनाने के साथ ही साथ उनको अवेयरनेस प्रोग्राम से जोड़ने के लिए भी, क्योंकि जब इस तरह के कार्यक्रमों का आयोजन होता है तो उसमें केवल हमारे एक दिव्यांगजन अकेला नहीं आता, उस दिव्यांगजन के साथ में परिवार के परिजन भी आते हैं, उसके साथी भी आते हैं। और जब इस तरह की संस्थाओं के द्वारा इस तरह के कार्यक्रमों को स्वरूप प्रदान किया जाता है, एक वर्ष पहले हुंडई के द्वारा यहीं से स्थान से शुरुआत की गई थी और एक वर्ष में जैसे विभिन्न गतिविधियों के माध्यम से दिव्यांगता के क्षेत्र में इस काम को आगे बढ़ाया गया। यही तो अवेयरनेस है, यही तो जागरूकता है। तो इसमें केंद्र सरकार तो काम कर ही रही है। मैंने जैसा आपको बताया कि अभी हमारी इसी महीने में देश के विभिन्न राज्यों के इस क्षेत्र में काम करने वाले संबंधित मंत्रियों को भी हमने बुलाया था, संबंधित हमारे सचिवों को भी बुलाया था राज्य सरकार के, और उन्होंने आकर बड़ी प्रसन्नता व्यक्त की थी, क्योंकि बहुत सारी योजनाओं की जानकारी केंद्र सरकार के द्वारा जो चलाए जा रहे हैं कार्यक्रम, उन कार्यक्रमों की जानकारी उनको नहीं थी, जबकि हम भेजते सभी हैं। लेकिन वहाँ पर हमने हर योजना के बारे में प्रेजेंटेशन करने के लिए व्यापक प्रेजेंटेशन, उसके बाद उनका कोई शंका समाधान है उसके लिए भी व्यवस्था की गई थी। तो ये जो इस तरह की गतिविधियाँ हैं, ऐसी गतिविधियों के माध्यम से ही दिव्यांगजनों के लिए देश भर में, चाहे वो केंद्र सरकार के द्वारा चलाई जाने वाली योजनाएं हों, चाहे वो राज्य सरकारों के द्वारा चलाई जाने वाली योजनाएं हों, और इनके साथ ही साथ निजी क्षेत्र और गैर सरकारी संगठनों के द्वारा भी दिव्यांगता के सशक्तिकरण के क्षेत्र में जो कार्यक्रम चलाए जाते हैं, जब उनकी सामूहिक रूप से चर्चा होती है तो ये जागरूकता प्रोग्राम हमारे दिव्यांगजनों के सशक्तिकरण के लिए एक महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका का निर्वाह करते हैं।
बहुत शुक्रिया। मकसद भी यही है समर्थ का। आपके मंत्रालय की एक योजना है एस्पिरेशनल डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स में दिव्यांगजनों के लिए कैंप्स लगाना। उस योजना का क्या असर रहा है और कितना काम उसके तहत हुआ है मंत्री जी?
दिव्यांगजनों के सशक्तिकरण के लिए दिव्यांगजन सशक्तिकरण विभाग के द्वारा एटिप योजना के अंतर्गत देश भर में पहले परीक्षण शिविर लगाए जाते हैं। परीक्षण शिविर लगाकर उसमें इस बात को सुनिश्चित किया जाता है कि किस दिव्यांग के लिए किस तरह के उपकरण की आवश्यकता है, और परीक्षण शिविरों के बाद फिर शिविर लगा करके सहायक उपकरणों के वितरण का कार्यक्रम किया जाता है। यह जो आपने एस्पिरेशनल डिस्ट्रिक्ट की बात की, हमने अभी पिछले दिनों 100 आकांक्षी ब्लॉकों का चयन करके और उसमें परीक्षण हमने शिविर लाए, और परीक्षण शिविर के उपरांत 91 आकांक्षी शिविरों में ब्लॉकों में दिव्यांगजनों के लिए सहायक उपकरणों के वितरण का कार्यक्रम भी हमारा पूरा हो चुका है। अक्टूबर माह में जो शेष 9 स्थान रह गए उन 100 आकांक्षी ब्लॉकों में से उन बाकी 9 स्थानों पर भी हमारा वितरण का कार्यक्रम किया जाएगा। अभी तक जब से ये योजना प्रारंभ हुई है, लगभग 16,000 शिविरों के माध्यम से 29 लाख दिव्यांगजनों के लिए सहायक उपकरणों का वितरण किया गया। उपरांत दिव्यांगजनों के जीवन में वो सहायक उपकरण प्राप्त होने से उनको अपनी दैनंदिन गतिविधियों को जहां आगे बढ़ाने में शामिल, वहीं वो समाज को भी अपने विभिन्न गतिविधियों के माध्यम से वो सहायक उपकरण प्राप्त हो जाने के बाद आगे बढ़ाने का काम कर रहे हैं। हमारे साथी ने बहुत, आपको साहब कई बार मिलना हुआ है, मैं देख रहा हूँ कि आपने अपनी दिव्यांगता को अपने जीवन में कहीं बाधा नहीं बनने दिया, बल्कि आपने अंदर की ऊर्जा को आगे बढ़ाकर इस क्षेत्र में दिव्यांगजनों को सशक्त बनाने की दिशा में, जैसे हमारे इस भाई ने कदम बढ़ाया है, ये हमारे दिव्यांगजनों में प्रतिभाओं की कमी नहीं है, उनके अंदर प्रतिभाओं की कमी, उस प्रतिभा को आगे ला करके उनको प्रोत्साहित करने की, दिव्यांगजन सहानुभूति नहीं चाहता, दिव्यांगजनों को वास्तव में प्रोत्साहित करने की आवश्यकता है। और आपका प्रोत्साहन, समाज का प्रोत्साहन दिव्यांगजनों को जहाँ स्वयं उनको सशक्त बनाता है, वहीं उनको समाज को, देश के विकास में भी योगदान जोड़ने के लिए भी आगे बढ़ाने का काम हमारे दिव्यांगजनों के द्वारा किया जाता है।
एक आखिरी सवाल वीरेंद्र जी, आप चार्टर ऑफ रिकमेंडेशंस जो समर्थ ने आपको सौंपा है, आपने उन पॉइंट्स को देखा है, ऐसे में हम आपसे इस मंच पर ये जानना चाहेंगे कि उन रिकमेंडेशंस में से आप कौन से वो मुद्दे हैं, कौन से ऐसे वो पॉइंट हैं जो अगले 1 साल में इम्प्लीमेंट कर सकते हैं?
चार्टर के जितने भी बिंदु हैं, हम सभी बिंदुओं पर काम करने के लिए विभाग पूरी तरह से प्रतिबद्धता के साथ में काम करने के लिए आगे बढ़ रहा है।
I think that's a big promise that we were looking for, the minister committing to all the points in the charter that we worked on throughout this year. Thank you, sir. That means the world for us.
हमारे लिए बहुत शुक्रिया।
Download any single ID partner app, link your card and earn reward with top brand.
Get it free with single ID.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. I'm too busy, baby, making plans on how to get me one of them mail-in bands. All I want is a touch of love.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life. News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi, NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. In a world of shifting power dynamics, India stands tall as a global force. Join us at the NDTV World Summit 2024, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will unveil his transformative vision for the India century. Be a part of a summit of thought leaders and visionaries, shaping the world's future. NDTV World Summit, October 21st and 22nd on the NDTV network.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
तालियों के साथ हम स्वागत करेंगे आदरणीय मोदी जी का। छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की।
Corruption first, आमचा agenda आहे nation first.
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं.
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही. त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा महाराष्ट्रवाद.
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त आहेत. मग का मिळत नाही? राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे.
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं की त्यांच्याच खिशातले पैसे चालले. शेतकऱ्यांना मोफत वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life. News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi, NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. In a world of shifting power dynamics, India stands tall as a global force. Join us at the NDTV World Summit 2024, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will unveil his transformative vision for the India century. Be a part of a summit of thought leaders and visionaries. Shaping the world's future, NDTV World Summit, October 21st and 22nd on the NDTV network.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses.
Well, it's time now for the Samar Hero Awards. These are awards that recognize and honor individuals and institutions who have created solutions or spaces that provide greater accessibility and inclusivity. Before we get to the awards, I'd like to call on stage Arman Ali, the Executive Director of the National Centre for Promotion of Employment for Disabled People, NCPEDP, has been a key knowledge partner in these awards. Arman, welcome on stage. Come, please. A big round of applause over here. I must ask you, we have award ceremonies and there are so many would consider it just a talk shop. But why do you believe that ceremonies like this, why do you believe campaigns like this are absolutely essential? And when you helped us design a lot of what we did, what was it in your mind that came first?
Vishnu, I think awards, especially for in the disability sector, it's not for what that organization or individual is doing. The purpose is to create awareness. I think it's a great advocacy tool when you recognize efforts to, which anything to do with people with disability to mainstream their issues. So I think this is excellent, and the kind of support which is coming from Hyundai and NCPEDP and NDTV, I think it has got a lot of attention and will change mindset. So I think organizing and recognizing people who are supporting disability is absolutely essential to do.
It has got a great deal of acceptance. Both Sikta and I have seen it, traveling across the country. People remember small features because this has gone on throughout the year. And it means the world to us that, that message, however small it may be, has actually gone across. So that's really important. And I think your views are very welcome about
right,
what this
yes.
achieves.
So we at NCPEDP, we've been running these awards from the last 25 years, and very important to keep the flag flying. Issues of people with disability across on an everyday lived experience of people with disabilities. Through these awards, these becomes mainstream discussions points.
Thank you so much for being such an important part of this.
I'd like to again invite on stage Mr. Ansup Kim, Mr. Tarun Garg and Mr. J.T. Park from Hyundai Motor India Limited.
And we'd also take this opportunity of inviting the Union Minister for Social Justice and Empowerment to be with us once again on the stage as we go through this list of exemplary achievers. Come. Hi, yes.
We begin with the award for excellence in assistive solutions. And the award goes to NeoMotion Chennai. Their products, NeoFly and NeoBolt, in combination turn a personalized wheelchair which is smooth to propel into a roadworthy vehicle. Representing NeoMotion is co-founder Siddharth Daga, who is also the Chief Impact Officer.
We've got the entire team over here coming up. But Siddharth, if you can accept the award from the Minister. And let me just quickly come across to ask you a quick question. So Siddharth, the question is this: how easy or how difficult is it for a normal wheelchair user to strap on the bolt, as it were, and use it and commute effectively? Why don't you show us, in fact, what exactly happens? Let me grab that from you, take your award away, and pass it on to Sikta for a moment so that we can actually get an idea of how this actually works. Why don't you show us? And it's as easy as that. Tell us how you went about with this idea and the design.
Thank you, thank you. First of all, it's an honor to meet you also. I've been watching NDTV since I was a child, so I think it's an honor to meet you as well. Thank you so much. And all the other anchors, thank you. Our journey started in our final year of engineering at IIT Madras. We were given a problem statement. In fact, just a thought for all of you. We all swim. Most of us, I hope, can swim. But swimming is actually a very good form of exercise, even for a person with paralysis. But have you ever thought, how can a wheelchair user get into a swimming pool? Independently, or, without somebody touching them, without somebody actually picking them, putting them into the pool, sometimes leads to a lot of accidents. So our journey started by just making a simple hoist system for a wheelchair user to get into a swimming pool so that they can swim and get a form of exercise. But then that's where we met a lot of wheelchair users to understand that, it's very difficult for me to come to the pool for testing. It's very difficult for me because my parents are not there today. I need to get into an auto, I need to get into a car. So that's when we realized that we need to have a solution which allows any wheelchair user to go anywhere, to school, to college, to a market, for practice, for sports, independently, without having to depend on somebody, without having to think twice, thrice. So that's what led to the NeoFly and the NeoBolt, where, like you just saw, and Pravesh, Abhishek, Preshta ji, all have come from different parts of Delhi on the NeoBolt. So that shows that how easy it is to just travel here and there.
And I can tell you, I'm sure our partners from Hyundai are looking at the engineering solutions over here because they're all engineers at heart. It is absolutely fantastic. But thank you so much for sharing the technology over here. It's effective, it does something which works, and it helps so many. How many users do you have?
So today we are 5,500 strong users going out, watching a movie, watching a match, going for practice, going to college. So one thing we definitely saw is that while we started with mobility, we understood that we need to get this into mainstream society. So we started focusing on inclusive education, inclusive livelihood. We tied up with Zomato, and there are today 400 people on wheelchairs who are actually delivering your food on Zomato when you order them. And this is how we will scale this up. A person should be working in a retail shop, he should be working at Chroma, in Decathlon. It should be very easy for somebody to just go and work. It should not be difficult. It's that simple as that. And I would just, at the end, thank you, Arman, for guiding us at every step. I mean, that's where we understood that it doesn't stop at just engineering. We sort of probably need to get into...
coming up?
Yes, we do. We have a standing wheelchair that we've launched. We've launched our lightweight wheelchair, which Preshtaji is one of our earliest users. So yes, constant development is happening, even for para sports for that matter. All the accessories that you need for shooting, for various sports, we are designing that. We are ensuring that athletes have the right equipment to...
Great, super. Thank you so much, and congratulations once again.
बहुत-बहुत मुबारक आपको.
Can I ask you, please, to...
बहुत शुक्रिया.
अब हम समावेशी शिक्षा में एक्सीलेंस के लिए पुरस्कार की बात कर रहे हैं और इस कैटेगरी के विजेता हैं ओडिशा की स्वाभिमान। स्वाभिमान का फोकस एरिया स्कूली शिक्षा का समर्थन करना है। इसके प्रमुख कार्यक्रम में अंजलि शामिल है, भारत का पहला और एकमात्र अंतर्राष्ट्रीय बाल महोत्सव जो दिव्यांग और गैर दिव्यांग बच्चों को 5 दिवसीय गतिविधियों के बारे में एक दूसरों को जानने के लिए एक मंच देता है। स्वाभिमान का प्रतिनिधित्व बोर्ड मेंबर प्रियदर्शी मोहापात्रा कर रहे हैं।
प्रियदर्शनी।
सवाल, पहले तो बहुत बहुत मुबारक, और एक सवाल ये कि जब आपने सभी बच्चों को एक मंच दिया तो क्या बदलाव देखा समझ में, आपसी बातचीत में कितना बदलाव आपने देखा?
देखिए, मैं आज सुबह से ये सुन रहा हूँ कि जो चैलेंजेस हैं दिव्यांगों के लिए, और हम उनके लिए बहुत सारी चीज़ करना चाहते हैं, बट ये समाज में अगर एक्चुअल वे से हम ये इक्वलिटी और इंक्लूजन लाना चाहते हैं तो हमको उनको मेन स्ट्रीम में लाना पड़ेगा। और जब अंजलि और ये एजुकेशन का सिस्टम हुआ कि आप मेन स्ट्रीम स्कूल में इनको लेके जाइए, इनके लिए कुछ अलग से नहीं बनाइए, क्योंकि ज़िंदगी में आगे जाके इनको सबके साथ एक कदम बढ़ा के आगे बढ़ना है, कोई अलग से इनके लिए रास्ता नहीं बनेगा। तो ये जब किया, आई थिंक सोच में बहुत बड़ा प्रभाव आया। बहुत सारे चीज़ हुए थे, बहुत सारे ऐसे स्टेप्स लिए गए थे जिनसे फिजिकल चैलेंजेस ओवरकम हो सके। ये आई थिंक एक बहुत बड़ा मेंटल बैरियर को ओवरकम किया कि मेन स्ट्रीम में हम सबके साथ कदम से कदम मिला के आगे बढ़ सकते हैं।
आपकी कोशिशों को सलाम और एक बार फिर बहुत बहुत मुबारक।
जी, थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Our next award is the Award for Excellence in Accessible Infrastructure. Winning this category is the Museum of Art and Photography in Bengaluru. This museum is committed to making art accessible to all, and so it has integrated universal design features in its physical space. From ramps and quiet rooms to Indian Sign Language support and tactile artworks for sensory exploration. Representing the Museum of Art and Photography is its member, Shailesh Kulal.
Come, please. Well, I had a simple question, if I can squeeze in over here just to ask. So many museums across the country, and yet when it comes to accessibility, it's a problem. What is your message to other museums, to other places where the public can visit in terms of enhancing, accessibility?
So I think thanks all of you. I mean, NDTV and Hyundai is honoring us, and I think first of all we would like to thank to Emphasis F1 Foundation, who is our accessibility partner, who had really helped us to make Museum of Art and Photography accessible to everybody. So, so it is very important that art and has a power of changing something, and it's important that art should be accessible for everybody. And that is where we took a step to make our museum accessible with different features, like starting from building accessibility, our exhibitions, and our programming, content, and our HR practices, everything. So what I basically say here is that, other people, like, the public spaces or, private spaces, wherever, how it is important for you to live with food, and accessibility and inclusion is for people with disability like us is very important. So taking that step, making these public spaces accessible for everyone is very important, so that we can also live with the dignity and without any barrier. So, yeah.
That's a wonderful message. Thank you very much. And congratulations once again.
अब हम एक्सेलेंस इन इंक्लूसिव स्पोर्ट्स के अवार्ड की तरफ बढ़ते हैं, और इस कैटेगरी के विजेता हैं सुनील कुमार जैन, जो आस्था